see what is up. See what is up there. What is going on? Case the fully software is wrong. Damn son. Didn't say the immersion there. Didn't say the immersion. Is some balloon. Unseen seals. Damn, streamer life simulator 90% off. This shit out like quite recently. Well, I guess it was the second one out recently. The first one. Then the simulator farm. Storage hustle. Another one. Another farm. And the simulator meta. Doing good, man, doing good. And the HD collection. There's the Mafia on sale. And third one is like on Prime right now or something, right, for free? The value, the value. I need to gather the collection. Sure gonna have time to play the mall before. The new one is out though. Supposed to be in summer, right, I think? Or wasn't it? I didn't thought the new one even. No, they didn't. Oh, just coming soon. Yeah, summer 2025. Huh? Still nothing concrete though. And they're similar to Space Marine and Fallout 4. They're literally the same. Load some. Well, still waiting for the full release or something with it. Have to pay the visit. That would be nice. It's also, I think, Stray Fawn Studio. Or published at least. So I'm probably gonna get it. And check it out. The Frog Refuge there. The Wingspawn and all the good stuff. Oh, then the first one. Still mixed. Feels bad. That one was dank. That one was really dank. I played the demo before the release. I guess it kinda ended up being too dank even on release. Actually still early access. And no discounts, nothing. A last update November. Still no roadmap for 2025 even. Like something's going slow there. Or regular patches that change the game completely. Nice ones, and currently it's a hot mess with a lot of bugs and don't buy right now. Really rough. May 2024. A year or two more away. Still a lot of ink, this looks like. Be one day, and be one day. It's got an interesting concept and everything of this one. So maybe for the full release. The eco-dystopian games. Oh, they've harnessed the machine there too. Against the Storm and Sail. Against the Storm is really nice. I'm working on the new race now also. And the insane bot people. So at some point you kind of like level it up and stuff. And just farm some runs. Score some points. So I can unlock all the new stuff they add in the DLCs, because you need some sort of levels to unlock those. Like I need more levels to unlock the frogs from previous DLC. Now there's another race coming too. I assume also we'll need some leveling to unlock. Not much in this. Are these discounts not on Nexus? Interesting. Because Nexus only updates when it's like some massive, you know, like spring, summer, whatever sales, probably. Probably. Anoxia Station was a really nice demo. Still coming soon. Let's see, Steve, let's see. Right, the Mars Tactics, that one was big. How long is it a Druva? I mean... that was 60 hours. I would say kinda cut it a bunch. 40 probably will be solid. 40 probably will be solid. I think memes low. I would say. It depends how much you want to do that and everything. It is like kinda chunky if you explore. Kinda chunky if you explore. Recently updated Clayborders. Poge. Come on. Evil done better reviews. 69%, so that's kinda nice. It's like constantly this like one review away from mostly positive and everything. Shaken. Did that new content? I think kind of like mostly that stuff is like some sort of like super like challenge thingies in the end game and stuff in different modes and difficulties. So I doubt it's gonna be like that much longer, but could be. Depends. Wait, this one got Ultan's game got the patch, but there's also gonna be a sale soon. So you'll be able to yank it kinda cheap. And you should consider if you like them cards. Gonna be out soon. The discount gonna be out soon. Gnomes. Turn-based tower defense. Deep roguelike progression. Ever-expanding procedurally generated biomes. Let's see, Steve, I see. Build a farm, defend your village as you push deeper into goblin-infested territory. Powerful upgrades, craft your environment to survive endless goblin horde. And the Goblin King. The Rogue Slope. Why not? Why not? If it's good, why not? A roguelike action game, eh? And so the sort of the Hades-like. I see, I see. Escape in this loop. Combine unique skills and relics create powerful synergies against the loop's guardians. And the launch coming soon, 4th of April. Very positive, A nomad idol. Not my type of nomad, Seems more kind of like survivors like. Waves of enemies automatically create builds distributing stun points, so here you just don't even like move whatsoever on your own. Oh, a spin-off of Nomad Survival. Oh, there was Nomad Survival too, alright. Rather critical when it comes to roguelikes. So yeah, I know the feel, because like there's a lot of them. I already have a lot of them. There's even more, you know, on the horizon all the time, and there is only that much time you can dedicate to those, so farming some bundles there. No escape from madness. The thrilling shooting adventure game blends crafted elements with extraction gameplay. Damn son. I guide the self-sacrificed infantry operators into sector where Elder One is poised to descend. Damn, the insane Lovecraftian extraction. Extract deuce. Mostly positive, borderline very. Seem decent. The Dragon Lovecraftian element, yeah. For now, I'm not sure about it. A base building, I guess some sort of like hub upgrades. I assume. Doesn't seem like a lot of base building here indeed. The top-down extractor something with Z. No, I don't remember. Like the one that was out a while ago, kind of Stalker-ish? Or is it something else? That one I also don't remember. Oh, Zero Zever, yeah. That one, the Stalker-ish. That one was out a while. Well, actually, I guess 1.0 was like a month or two ago. So not that a while. Lone Star. Is this the Helicore there? Strategic roguelike spaceship. Deck builder. Oh yeah, totally Helicore then. Alright. True. Where's the deck builder though? Exactly. So it's still a React. I think it was released like a few months ago, basically. I remember seeing. Already out. The Moth Time developer, I see already there. It does make sense. Haste. Run fast. Soar through the air and master your landings. Speed through procedural worlds to outrun at the end of the universe. Damn son. The wicked one. Of the pioneer stuff. There was some demos they were giving to some media, yeah. I actually wonder where they plan to release that shit. Like, I hope it's kind of like, you know, not the same time with Dune or something, because that will be like, bro, too much shit at the same time. No life. It's like no life with one game. Yeah, 2025 still. Yeah, the demo version and the March there was interesting feedback. A 1/10 of full game functionality, no network content. Alright. Prologue story quest. Well, considering demo is not for everyone available, I assume, then I guess they're gonna do at least like one next fest. Probably they're gonna try to farm, right? Maybe the summer one in June, so that's good. CLSC, huh? Let's see what I say. Who knows? Who knows? The last starship. I'll see how that goes, huh? Yeah, Sultan's game is actually looks like it farms actually there on SteamDB. Actually farming quite hard. Huh? Yeah, holy 5,000 reviews. Insane. Nice portable, nice. Yeah, the demo of this one was really good. Yeah, I'm not sure. I can, but like we'll see. We'll see. Like if they would send the key, I would. I can request though. I seen it, but yeah, we'll see. There's just like so much stuff going on, and I feel this one is not gonna be, you know, like couple of hours. Not sure. 95% reviews are Chinese. I see. Right. Well, I mean, I assume it kinda made there, so people farming, you know, the national pride, crushes. Holy, 22 hours, huh? Card game? I mean, sorta, but cards here are just kind of more like the simplification of like the elements and everything of things happening. Like I pretty much just kind of like dump cards as like characters, for example, and stuff. Like it's not cards in the usual sense. Kind of like cultist simulator and stuff like this in a way. Like it's really like story centered. Kind of burnt out playing the demo. I see. Yeah, in some games like that one, I also, you know, I tried the demo and I kind of like, well, I've seen it, right? Like going for the full playthrough of it, I don't really feel like it. Doing another like couple of hours, I mean, I already kind of did show it for a couple of hours, right? So we'll see. We'll see. It was really nice though. Like, it was really promising. It's also sort of one that you need to kind of commit, you know, with playthrough. Got some like choices and everything. Every run will be different and stuff, but yeah, you need to commit then. It's interesting premise and art style is really good though. It's really dank. Squirreled away. I think we saw it last week. Yes, we sure did. That we sure did. Saga Frontier Remastered also was last week. And Hazan was last week. Then Gibbon doesn't know what to show in new and trending again. Schedule 1 still farming. The rep was still farming too. Holy. And Zoe doing good too. Wait, Mindkeeper. Which one was it? That. The tower defense stuff, I see.
I love you guys.
Oh shit, Jorti with the resub. Come back to the dungeon. Thank you, sir. Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate it a lot. Thank you, man. Thank you. Insane indeed. How we doing, Jordi? Hello. And the early access. I see. Only 2 reviews still for now, though. And that will get more. Does seem like some dang shit. Does seem like some dang stuff. Looks cool. Looks cool. Red Dead Split Fiction. Devil May Cry. For this farming the sales. Assassin's Creed Shadows is still there even. Popular upcoming. Descent on Mars. Create new societies unlike anything on Earth. Design economy, government, build your colony, experience your choices firsthand by living as a colonist. A society become a living utopia or another dystopia. Isn't this kind of like a RimWorld basically? Except I guess you also kind of can live as a colonist, not just, you know, managing everything. Person Son of the Forest? Nah, not really. Kinda not really. In co-op and everything, maybe. But yeah, totally not something I probably would like. The solo survival in general, kinda not a huge fan. It could be interesting though, we'll see. The part where you kind of design and then you leave it also, that does sound kind of like a cool twist. That like kind of looks like RimWorld in a way. But the part where you live in that sounds kind of interesting though. We'll see. Slime Keep. For some reason, like stylistically reminded me of the recent frog game. The frog management one. Like Slime Rancher, but like Dink. Sorta. Kill or capture various slimes. Here we go. Roguelike equals slime-like, yeah. Spectre Schmidt. A detective RPG. Tangle a thick web of intrigues, lies, and secrets around a mysterious death. Origin of eerie telegraph signals, question the villagers, decipher strange symbols suddenly appearing in all over town. Hide from the danger lurking in the moor. The demo too. The insane dang detective, man. Gameplay. I'm just walking around and a detective in. With being a German too. Existential platformer. Doomsday is just around the corner. Save the world or become an eternal corporate slave of the god of death. Choices matter. Do they? Move around and find out. Kind of familiar, actually. The part about a one take at everything. There is no particular aliens in this one, sorta. And just kind of do things and roll with your results in the end. Seems the ink. Well, says the demo. Thursday Dawn. Mega shooter is a wave survival FPS. Complex mobs packed with secrets, dynamic spawns, hordes of zombies. Turn into gory mulch. Plan defense, stay on the move, and master the maps. And nowhere is safe, that is assured. Long until you're a zombie chow. I'm gonna master the maps, I see. Doing stuff. Alika these nuts. Small and relaxing incremental game about restoring a barren wasteland into large meadow. A magical wolf Lika run through the land. Gather resources and unlock a vast upgrade tree. You see the incremental stuff there for sure. And the vast upgrade tree. Leela, point and click. On the everyday woman as you explore her past in this point-and-click narrative game. Hand-drawn animations bring memories to life. And thought-provoking puzzles lay bare the reasons behind her choices. Immerse yourself in the story unfolds, decipher intricate pieces. That's some dang shit there, I guess, alright. A little bit of a dink stuff too. Game about fixing her, yeah, looks like it. Looks like it. Threads of Time. And with that, sounds kind of familiar. Oh, there's some JRPG in there. I'll see how it is. I don't think that's the one I did play. Because there was some JRPGs I did play somewhat recently. And this wasn't the one, the demos I mean. This was not the one. So I got some insane arts in this one. Humble Games pumping the budgets there. Got some dang cartoons and shit. Amiga 2.5D. Demos on this one for now. And the time traveling adventure. Would be interesting. A battlefield commander of World War II, huh? A real-time tactical game, man. And the soldiers and vehicles that battled across the globe during this time in history. Hundreds of unique units across multiple game modes. The tactical real-time. Early access, so see about that. I'll see about that. A junkyard builder. Oh, damn, is more simulators. A free mind essay. Yep, that's probably some Playway subsidiary there. Yeah, living the life. That was totally at the block from one of the pipes there. See what do I say? I mean, for a while, probably gonna stick with the first one, with updates and everything. But yeah, Playway's already mad though. Playway could tolerate all those, streamer slope simulators, but now Schedule 1 actually popped off hard, and they already going in with the lawsuit and stuff. Insane. I wonder if they will go for more. I guess it depends on the result of the lawsuit and stuff. I guess they finally got mad that their cozy simulator farm is being disrupted now, and some people are actually better at farming it. And some people are actually better at farming that. Now, Schedule actually went far further than that, though. Like, the Shimmer Slope stuff usually kind of like... is kind of limited in terms of reach. And Schedule actually farmed way above that. And intend the money by suing the competition. Kind of hard to say. Maybe they do want to get a piece of that. Maybe they just want to kind of like try to get more... Like, maybe get, like, the precedent, want to create this, like, the case where they... Well, potentially, right? To get the case where they won, and so that anyone else will kind of, like, think twice about, getting into this genre. Because everyone's farming now, dude. Like, that shit is, like... Well, I mean, they themselves farming, obviously, right? And then, I don't think there was anything in the new ones, but... Like, if you check... How can I open that one? I wonder. I'll get on this PC. Yeah, whatever, I guess. Like, if you go to, like, the key request websites, right? Where for streamers and everything, where you get, like, sent, keys and everything. Dude, there's, like, simulated of everything. I can even, like... can open the laptop and just, like, name you a few. What I can, like, find there real quick. Just on the quick glance there. Just on the quick glance. Yeah, used car simulator instantly. Just website just loaded. Let's see. Like, how does that even work? Like, how you simulate the used car? Like, the used car is like seller, trader, whatever. Oh, that's also Playway, by the way. There it is, man. Trade used stolen cars. All right. What else they have there? Scroll down a bit. Pretty sure we'll find some real quick there. Real quick. Yeah, liquor and the wine shop simulator. That actually, like the name actually, I think is trying to farm the search engines there. Yeah, liquor and the wine shop simulator, store simulator. So they try to put like more, you know, like the keywords, I guess, also in there, so to be found on Steam and everything. That's already someone else. That's not Playway. This one just started. This one just started. Not farming that hard yet. Not farming that hard yet. For shop simulation, enjoys game has potential. Game feels pretty complete with tons of functionalities, no performance issues, intuitive UI, beginner-friendly tutorial already. Dual screen for some reason mouse isn't locking the game window. Alright. Movement overall could use some polishing. Controls could use some tweaking. Cashier, you should need to process C to get attached to the workstation. Settings menu could use some upgrading as well. Yes, there's already like the whole class of endurers of such games too, looks like. And then there is also Coffee Express here. In the bundle. Drinks Shop Simulators bundle. There it is. These kind of like more or less popular already that are out. Like how much Supermarket Sim farmed actually? Yeah, Supermarket Sim was out a year ago. And it's 62k reviews if you just judge by reviews. And like schedule was out like what? A month ago. And it's already at like, well, 63. So it's like not even a month, not even close yet. It's like 2 months basically. 2 months, 2 weeks I mean. And it's already like bigger than the Supermarket Sim. So like the streamer slope is still kind of like, you know, a little more niche, I guess. This thing went more mainstream than just streamer slope. Got some quality to it, yeah, I guess. So what else was there? Let me see. Hanako's Flower Shop there is. They're just kind of like scrolling through like the key offers and everything. What else? Neko Bakery. There it is. I guess not exactly the same, but still. Farming the weebs still. Farming the weebs still. Lurkin has like more like quality stuff. Let me see. And the Keymailer probably is where the dankest shit is. Oh, they have the drug dealer sim actually here too. The Playway trying to pump the drug dealer sim. But they got the Xbox version coming now, so... Yeah, Haunted House Renovator they have, which is also Playway. That's also Playway. Shopping Mall Manager Simulator. Which is, I think, not Playway though. Yeah, that's someone else. That's someone else. Pub Simulator. That is also not Playway. That's the third studio already there. Oh, that's another one. Yeah, the rest we already kind of seen. So yeah, there's just like in upcoming, you know, a real quick glance. Releasing very soon is basically already like, yeah, like 5 different ones at least. It's insane, dude. The farm. The farm is real. So yeah, I'm not surprised if they started to try to kind of like, you know, reduce the competition a little. Try to hit some with some lawsuits. Not to mention, like, I guess someday it might just kind of get, you know, kind of fold and just don't even want to probably deal with that stuff. Maybe Playway actually already like did try before to do some lawsuits, but then realized that a bunch of companies probably operate like from China or something, and they can't do shit with those lawsuits anyway. And the schedule, I do maybe ended up being a little more easier to approach for them to, you know, the good jurisdiction. Armored Brigade 2, then another one, published by Slytherin actually. Real-time tactical warfare, also another one. Then 2 of them here even. Right next one to another. Meticulously researched database, huge real-world terrain maps. Then they get some real leaks like War Thunder and stuff. For the proper database. Into the dead, maybe remote. Yeah. I think I'm on their list. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I'll try it out. Don't think I can feel like some big playthrough on this one, but I'll check it probably. I'll check it. The Minzo is farming there too. Got like a billion, or was it even a couple of people on board? Going ham. Still in early access. That will take a while. A roadmap. The picture roadmap. Hurry. Where is my pictures? Text. Reading text. Baby rage. The short-term update plans. Get long-term then? Just wonder what they plan there. The critical issues, alright. Them took 2 days of vacation. I gotta apologize. Yeah, the North holds out. The tower defense and farming. I played the demo of this one. It was kinda nice. Could play the full one, but yeah. Sadly, nobody got time for that. And I already played the demo, and yeah, I thought I would be going for more than like a couple of hours to play the demo anyway. It's also kind of like the roguelike tower defense, wasn't it, if I remember correct? With like some meta progression and stuff, wasn't it? I grow the economy and stuff. So yeah, this one you kind of need to grind for a bit for the upgrades and stuff, so... That's the commitment. Another home-like. The studio making a success. Wait, which one's that? Hilly Demelo. How we doing, man? Then Game of Thrones mixed. Actually, not as mixed as I would expect it would be. I'm really just too greedy. $20 for Battle Pass, $12 a month subbing. Spend some money, could I get the recommended power to progress? Then out of nowhere, devs decided to nerf poison, which my class heavily relied on. Can't even swap to different class since I had to put all my rewards and money from my 2 other characters towards my assassin character. Now the game, but devs ruin it for me. Damn son. Just need to pay some, dude, and it's all good. And it will be all good. Well done. Typical bottom of the battle mobile game. Feels like mobile, blend like mobile. Netmarble's filthy microtransactions like a mobile game. Just free to play mobile game. With everything we hate about mobile games, listen to the reviews. Stone binder is them. was this? Be free to play in a few weeks, yeah. A live event April 10th, damn son. Does kind of like, even like with this portal and stuff, it does look like Songs of Conquest, man. Just, you know, not as beautiful, I guess. I think like the towers like look like the Aurelia towers, even though those are kind of like more like broken. Even some houses, man, honestly. Evoc Warrior. Sounds of Conquest without a clear readability, yeah. Hexagonal competent stuff too. Oh, this is already a little different though, but yeah, still not so sure. Not so sure, man. I mean, I guess we'll see what it's gonna be. I mean, I don't know, man. Right? Like, I'm not gonna be like, I'm not really probably qualified enough to say. But the style looks kinda, I don't know, man. I don't know. Not so sure. Could it be a little assisted, you know, maybe? And the spell book. Let's see, Steve, I say. Still need to play Songs of Conquest. Do it. Do it. Songs of Conquest, yeah, that I did. That I did play the bunch. I do like that. I do like that. Waiting for the next DLC now. I'm waiting for the next DLC. Really nice. They're really nice. That was the only one student that I actually tried to apply back in 2022 when shit was just, you know, a very big question mark. That was just a small question mark. When it was big, I actually did try to apply to them. But unfortunately, you know, not the right type of citizenship to just work on the EU that way. Not the kind of opening, I guess, where you can get some assistance with work visa. Well, I did play the shit out of it, that's for sure. It looks kind of like, I don't know, like nice, but something's kind of weird about the art in general. I don't know, man. That's kind of like they have the similar like for archers, I guess, too, right? You have the you have like the movement, you have the like extra damage range, then you have the lower damage range. And the same stuff there too. Nice portable dice. Slytherin are gonna be alright. Event on April 10th. Oh, they're gonna be probably on Triple I assume, because Triple I we're gonna be watching. No, it's gonna be their own thing actually. Alright. Now we're gonna be watching the Triple I. That we're gonna be watching on 10th. A Dark Deity 2. Damn, overwhelmingly positive, Smilegate is publisher, actually, huh? Dark Deity back, bigger and better than before. Farming ding here, I say. And already pumping the patches out, too. Participant of OTQ Games Expo. And the Winter Games Expo here. Yeah, wonder how they're gonna go with the OTK stuff now. I mean, who's even gonna be there? Who's even gonna be there in OTK Games Expo? Who's gonna be even doing that? And how it's gonna be? Too many brand risks on board, I guess. Even though, like, I think the brand risks already stepped away from the OTK stuff. So I guess maybe Soda will take over. It's probably like one of the like few, if not the only people who actually plays games there anyway. That's one we saw last week. Sultan's game just saw. That's dang shit. Well, very good stuff. Now, Carmen the Dark World. Saw this one also last week. This one actually surprisingly doing really good. I mean, it did seem kind of better than your like average, you know, sort of streamer slope horror game. But it does do really well, actually. I'm looking at the reviews and stuff. Damn, did Dylan not play it still yet? Holy, no seal of approval deserved yet. It's missing actually dang stuff. I guess this one is doing really good. It needs to be some like, you know, Ish.io horror game, I guess, to go for it. Will be forever tainted by atrocious showcase, I say. I think it wasn't that bad. Then the Psycho Patrol. One day, man, one day. And the Cruelty Squad was good shit. I'll get on this one, but yeah, probably will wait for the full release, huh? Yes, Dave, exactly. That's not the worst one we've seen for sure. The insane art game in there. How did that go in? Actually, we checked this before already too. A lot of enjoyers of the genre there. A lot of enjoyers, man. So this one, just now basically. Yes, build is out. Dank reviews still. Nice, nice. I'll get at some point just to chill. Yeah, the dev story is nice, dude. Just living on a fucking boat and developing a game. Like, why not? That sounds like a fucking dream, dude. That sounds like a dream. It'll be my dream too, huh? On the boat or somewhere in the fucking cabin or something. Just let me be. Just let me be. I'll make some PPG shit. That would be nice. Well, this one is not PPG shit though. But that would make PPG shit. Yeah, Hademon was doing good. Hopefully we'll get to play the full version too. The key distribution system is kind of borked because I played the demo of this one twice already before. So now it keeps trying to send me the same key for the demo instead of the full version. So hopefully we'll sort that out. Hopefully we'll sort that out. Because yeah, this one might be nice. Like demo first time I played was kind of very rough. And second time I played it was already really nice. Our release should be even better. Actually, dinky RPGs there. Damn, Lizard Must Die too. Again. Saw this one also last week. They keep pumping, man. They keep pumping. And the beams got too far. The beam's going too far. It's interesting that this meme is already like ancient at this point. Like a few years already. And it's still going. And they are still going. And it still sells and everything, so sometimes even the old memes can go. Yeah, we saw that one last week. It's just like Gibbon, I guess, it doesn't have any more. There's not enough games releasing, you know. Gibbon's just showing the repeats there. The humans fighting the Triceratops. It's just basically like the dank Russian memes from like a few years back. About, you know, the ancient Russians fighting reptilians and stuff like that. The reptiloids. And that spawned like a whole bunch of like meme games and stuff about that, so. The memes got too far. Alright, to get to them gaming news then. Because there do be quite a lot though. Yeah, Sultan's game is actually pumping really hard, you can say. Look at this, 31,000 people playing Sultan's game, holy. There's a lot of like, you know, like the Chinese patriotism in terms of like developers, but I would say that's still solid. 34,000 peak actually. Insane. Yeah, the schedule is also still pumping. Even the Path of Exile 2 boost with the patch didn't topple it yet. I guess in the evening it probably will. No, not necessarily, not necessarily. How the fucking banana is still there, dude? Who's even like still doing this shit? Who's still doing this? Damn, the half sword demo with 5,000. Holy. It's quite the demo there. Think so, 500? You think so? You never know. You never know. Taking 7 is trending, yeah. All of a sudden, is it like some sort of got some insane protests going there or something? People went back because the patch is bad. Yeah, maybe like it specifically decided to do that just to boost the numbers or something. Yes, you I say. Makes sense, makes sense. Apex Legends still kind of going to him. Even better than Rivals, huh? Insane. Marvel Rivals dead game. It's dying. It's over. Yeah, the Steel Hunters. That shit I think is kinda not pogging there, right? Yes, even though I say, mixed. Very mixed looks like. A very cool concept execution kind of bid. Game in-game currency with an account wallet says it all. And down under reception seems to be received poorly and is noticeable. Huge potential, but much like other games that have lots of trinkets and in-game currency with only concept to distinguish itself from the rest. People molding, yeah, because wargaming is now also operating with different entities. For Russia, not Russia. Like Belarus and other countries still. As the AMD user constantly crashing and start if it starts at all. The one dying is Overwatch 2. Well, that one is already kinda like technically sorta dead for a while, I guess. But still somewhat kicking though. So I guess Marvel also gonna be. But yeah, the new season probably gonna be people returning. I just wonder how long they will manage to like keep the hype going. Can there be some long-lasting effect, you know? Can they just stay irrelevant a while? Yeah, so huge amount of molding is basically for Russians who can play on the global servers, I guess. And I assume they also didn't outsource this one to the kind of like the wargaming entity that is still left in Russia, because like World of Tanks and a bunch of other games, they for free, you know, are left to another company to be run in Russia. And this one already was out after, so I guess they just not even gonna do it. Not even gonna send it there whatsoever. And 1 new hero per month, I see. What if it's at some point kind of gonna be, you know, a bit of a downside though, when you have like that much shit going? And that many new ones all the time. Will it actually be that good? I guess they can slow down later or something. Final Fantasy IX Remake looks ever so slightly more likely as Square Enix add anniversary page to website. I can't believe it. Icon. 25th cake day isn't until July 7th. The new page lines up with claims from Oblivion remake leaker Nate the Hate that we are getting closer to an announcement. Oh, damn. Yeah, Oblivion remake leaker at the moment seems kind of like, you know, ignore that statement then, you know. Bloomberg's Jason Schreier has also claimed that Final Tactics remaster is still being worked on. A rumor had been twinned with the FF9 one for about as long as it's been floating about. In Schreier I trust though. And the guy who's trying to like every day say like today for sure boys, I'm not so sure. Like some weird joke? Nah, I mean it is real. It's just kind of like someone is trying to farm that. And maybe they do know something that it's supposed to be like, you know, any moment now, and maybe it will be. But it sounds weird though. Or it could just say, you know, like, yeah, it should be soon, guys. Not like, you know, tomorrow for sure or something. That sounds weird. Especially with such a game. And I don't know, like, you know, looking sometimes at some of, like, the marketing attempts of Microsoft and shit, I wouldn't be surprised if they just gonna drop it, like, randomly out of nowhere. I wouldn't be surprised, dude. Because some of the things they release, they just kind of have the zero marketing whatsoever. Just, oh yeah, we released that shit. Alright, nice. Oh yeah, the 13th day was like, it was so weird, dude. Yeah. It exactly aligns with release plans because it's 13 days after one game and 13 days before another game. Why? Like, dude, the fuck is that? Yeah, Microsoft could easily do something like that, though. That is true. Not sure, not sure. I kind of feel like there is nowadays, you know, the main event, sorta. Like in summer, right? When they announce a bunch of stuff. Around the Jobs show and everything. Anything that is not, like, aligned well to that event, they don't even, like, bother. They just, like, can drop it anytime. For no reason at all. And they only, like, really put marketing into some, like, big bangers, like, that are gonna be, like, massive. Huh? Like Indiana Jones and stuff like that. That they pump. Everything else just kind of, like, happens. So we'll see, maybe. It's also probably not, like, something they will, like, super hype about. They probably just kind of want to, like, you know, to put it out there and just farm the new generations of consoles, just, like, slowly over time, you know, buying the game. That's pretty much it, I guess. And also on Game Pass and everything, too. Maybe that way, maybe it's also gonna be, like, kind of, you know, a little Bethesda-style remake. Even though it's not them making it even, right, technically, from what we know. But maybe it's gonna be kind of broken. So they just don't want to put too much spotlight on it. So it's like, you know, only fans gonna buy it, and fans will be like, ah, you know, that's the usual Bethesda jank, so we're fine with that. And then everyone's slowly rolling in. And if you get spotlight and, like, a lot of new frogs join in, and they will be like, the fuck is this shit, man? What is this garbage? And then you kind of tank your ratings and everything. Tony Hawk personally made changes to Pro Skater 3+4 soundtracks because he wants you to discover new music. Discovery is half the fun. Damn, son. Alien Ant Farmer we boycott. Top comment on Activision's recent reveal of the next wave of tracks. In response to the revelation that the upcoming remasters have both been hit and struck by some soundtrack changes, which hasn't gone down completely smoothly with fans. You'd almost say they feel making alterations to such classics is criminal. Okay, I'll stop for now. It turns out these changes come straight from the Large Hawk himself. Damn, the Large Hawk? It's my choice to pick some different songs by the same artist featured the THPS 3+4 OST. Wrote an Instagram as spotted by Very Gary Computing. Hoping that discovery is half the fun and a big reason that these soundtracks resonated in the first place. So listen and enjoy the ride. More to come, both old and new. I mean, I think kind of like adding new stuff is good, but like, why remove the old ones? Just keep the classic soundtrack and add some new shit. Why not? Like a lot of games kind of do that, right? That you can get the old OSTs also in the newer games. Why not? We'll see, we'll see. Satisfactory is getting a photo mode, new building tools, proper controller support, and programmable elevators. Update 1.1 to make the factory seem yet more satisfying. Just keep pumping, man. Branches for Hypertube networks allowing you to shoot down one or the other branches, those switching rails in Sonic Adventure 2. Fence the new throughput counters for conveyor belts so that you can easily track how many items a line is carrying. The editor now supports curved building modes for belts, straight building mode for pipes. Some new vertical belt splitters and mergers for people who like to expand upwardly, perhaps because they've covered every inch of available soil and metal. The bits and pieces include railway buffers to close out railroads, and the aforesaid personal elevators, more of a cosmetic flourish in a game of jetpacks, perhaps. You can customize what the buttons do, and I imagine satisfactory players will find many arcade applications for such functionality. Just don't use them to transport vehicles, because the game will act as though you've chucked a bunch of forklifts onto a bouncy castle. Proper controller support, Xbox and PlayStation peripherals. No final public release timing for the update yet beyond the experimental branch. Roll out tomorrow, 1st April. Damn, actually 1st of April. Yeah, causes suspicion. Developers assure us in the video that unlike the Cox's Orange Pippin Award, Update 1.1 is a real thing that exists. A blood letter. Indeed, portable indeed. That's more of a further joke there, I guess. Medieval deck builder, all about using your cards to heal bizarre villagers. Protect their bodies and minds from the torment of mysterious entities by customizing your unique deck and enhancing your dubious healing methods. Don't like the look. It's kinda alright, yeah. The look, I think, is kinda alright, yeah. No demo. I like them big decks, man. I do like them. Nice and thick decks. Has a prototype build on each, I see. Hey, Brew, hello. How we doing, man? The hello. The Skeezy Crypto GTA 6 clone will launch on Steam this week despite Valve's blockchain ban. The other kind of crime sim. Yeah, the Paradise one. That one I remember we've seen before. Releasing Internax on April 2nd. Wait, did it actually though? Did it actually though? Free? Them did. Ah, no, coming soon. I guess they did delay it in the end. There's a playtest, looks like. Gameplay plus live chat with NPCs. So there it is. Nice brew, nice. Chilling with some tea. Sounds good, man. Sounds good. Doing good, man. Doing good. AI-powered character interactions. Alleged cryptocurrency scam that models itself in the ground out of 6. Is the currency called the PAR token, which is based on blockchain technology, can be invested in via third-party app. Some investors in this crypto coin claim they became unable to withdraw funds, as reported in January, and developers have also falsely claimed to be working with streamers such as Ninja and Pokimane, and included unlicensed use of a Lamborghini and other cars in previous trailers. Yeah, remember there was something with Pokimane there before we saw. I got last minute delayed, I see. Yeah, there was a patch for Greedfall, yeah. It was like last week even, I think. But yeah, I think at least at that time it didn't really affect the reviews yet. Deportable, I say, get it on GOG too, insane. Get them everywhere. Hey, Olaf, the new pump and dump there, yeah. Together with a lot of AI slop and very heavy use of Unreal Marketplace assets, the game had enough red flags. Multiple YouTubers investigated the company behind it, with the one discovering that the Hong Kong address listed by the company was fake, and eventually discovering that actually based somewhere in Tbilisi, Georgia, a city with a troubled history when it comes to blockchain scammers. And damn, there it is, man. And Georgia, they are kind of a little more lax with the crypto stuff. It's not completely like, you know, Wild West there. They do have some regulation over that stuff, as in like you can trade that and everything. There's like cryptomats outside and shit. But it all needs to be regulated though. Wait, what was this one? Diamonds, Dior, and Dubai vacations, luxurious lives of Georgia's call center scammers. Oh, I see, alright. The scam empire. Versions of the game for Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation Store will not include cryptocurrency, ensuring there are no restrictions for users on these platforms, say developers in defensive rebuttal on their website. Unfortunately, no one can verify. A document which insists cryptocurrency will not be in the game is full of other misleading statements, as pointed out by video creator Jetro, one of the YouTubers who previously investigated the game. Developers claim their use of minimap from GTA 5 is allowed, for example, because GTA 5 map is based on the real layout of Los Angeles, which is not intellectual property. To avoid doubt, GTA 5 map is not a one-to-one reproduction of Los Angeles, and Rockstar own the rights to that map. Let's see, what will I say, huh? Yeah, can wait. 50% mix right now. It was the same last week, so yeah, I guess patch for now didn't really change a lot. Not yet. Game also launching on Epic Store only after it was removed once and re-uploaded as Paradise XRPL. The store page clearly states that it is an NFT game, along with FAQ and its crypto gubbins, which insists that it is good for the game. We'll see about that one. That sounds like a fiesta. Well, that already looks from the first time like a fiesta. It's kind of interesting that people started like looking into it and investigating. That's good. A Dwarf Fortress creator toys with the idea of a Elf Fortress. I don't think elves would hit the same way. Damn, time for Elf Fortress now then. Game Developer Conference, alright. 12 co-founder reflects little on the game's long development. Dwarves turn out to be fortuitous because they're sort of like, I don't know why it pops into my head, replicants from Blade Runner. More human than human, that's a dwarf. Fantasy dwarves are more human than human because they're allowed to embody bigger emotions. They're allowed to make bigger mistakes, they're allowed to be stubborn, they're allowed to do anything. Kind of catharsis at work here, he said. There's everything about it, from drunkenness to a very noble hubris. It's all there. The dwarves allow us to experience these different parts of ourselves that in humanity you might be more judgmental of. And by contrast, if you are playing an elf fortress, all of these stories would hit different. The antics they get up to, especially when it is a bit buggy or just being weird, I don't think elves would hit the same way. It'd be like, what's going on with them? Whereas with dwarves, you're like, nah, I know what's going on. The devotion of the dwarves supports the game's historically bloody-minded AI, he added, which has bred many internet legends of dwarves obstinately prioritizing scavenging jobs while the fortress is being overrun. That these AI agents, but driven by the top need that has to be checked off right now. Feels right, even when it goes wrong. That they have that sense of devotion does work for anything else quite the same way. So nothing really against the Elf Fortress, I guess. Alright. Let's see how it is, huh? Sleeportable, I say. Yeah, why not? Why not? That indeed can be a good one. Hades Montreal lay off 75 workers in further cuts to Deus Ex Studio. One of our mandates is coming to an end. Even more people didn't have the capacity to entirely reallocate them, according to statement. Further blow to the workforce at the Embracer-owned company following hefty cuts last year. Company doesn't specify what that mandate is, but it most likely means that work on a current project is finishing for whatever reason. Note the classic use of "not our fault" speed lingo. That statement says the axed workers are going to enter the employment market rather than say being a frog march there. It is Montreal stays committed to deliver other projects currently in development. Only project studio has publicly acknowledged them they've been working on lately is the delayed Fable, on which they are helping out alongside core developer Playground Games. Company cancelled Deus Ex game last year and laid off 100 workers in the wake of that cancellation. Don't know what else they are doing right now. That is very unlucky. You imagine like the studio with such experience and sort of portfolio and history not working on anything except assisting in Fable. Like, bro. Come on, man. And don't think of it as being fired, you're entering the employment market, yeah. And new opportunities await, man. You should be happy. Stardew Valley Baldur's Gate 3 mod back online after Dungeons & Dragons owners mistakenly send a copyright strike. Larian boss calls out Wizards of the Coast for treating free mods as infringement. Damn, son. The Sven is cooking there. A more attractive praise from Larian CEO Sven Winke, who was naturally a bit piqued when it was taken offline. Published on Nexus mod on 16th of March, the Baldur's Village mod in question was taken offline days later and placed under moderation review. According to Nexus mod's staff member, a legal firm Reynolds Law PLLC sent a claim of copyright infringement on behalf of Wizards on 27th March. The mod has now been restored following a player backlash, so go ahead and bury pixel art Astarion as you please. PC Gamer also have a statement from Wizards, who claimed the strike was one big whoopsie. Yeah, not sure if it was actual whoopsie there. Hard to say. Baldur's Village DMC takedown was issued mistakenly. We're sorry about that. In the process of fixing that, now so fans and the Stardew community can continue to enjoy this great mod. It's possible this has something to do with Winke's intervention yesterday. In a predictably popular post on the Moskvine, he wrote, "Free quality fan mods highlighting your characters in other game genres are proof your work resonates in the unique form of word of mouth. Even though they should be treated like commercial ventures that infringe on your property and shouldn't be treated. Protecting your intellectual property can be tricky, but I do hope this gets settled, and there are good ways of dealing with this." Larian said in their fan content policy that they are fine with people making mods based on their games as long as they give them away for free. Don't pass them off as Larian's own work, and don't do anything inappropriate, offensive, damaging, or disparaging. Larian are not, however, the legal custodians of the Dungeons & Dragons world in which Baldur's Gate 3 takes place. True. Da Vinci, yeah. Baldur's Village mod informally set after the Larian RPG's ending, so beware spoilers if you're planning to install. Again, it's free, though the modders do run a Patreon. Given enough interest and crowdfunding, they hope to flesh out their chunk of the Forgotten Realms with further Baldur's Gate 3 callbacks. Next focus will be creating Halcyon's romance storyline. And once completed, we will shift our attention to expanding the mod's world building, background stories, and gameplay by introducing new features and items. Oh yeah, the RuneScape survival there. Insane. CBT was absolute dog. Really? Really? When was that actually? When was that actually? What was that exactly? Just your average, you know, the 4 horsemen of apocalypse? 1.5 months ago, I see. Just the regular 4 horsemen, horsemen of survival apocalypse, the usual. A very generic survival game, alright. Yeah, I don't know, like, I mean, I guess it's up to, like, you know, the fans of the RuneScape, really, to, like, judge that stuff, right? But, like, for me, from, like, you know, side perspective, the only kind of, like, signature thing about the RuneScape is basically kind of, like, the old school especially, right? Is how it looks. Old school. And it is grindy as shit. So, like, you need to kind of, like, manage to at least get it, like, feel that it's RuneScape. And I don't know how they can do that, at least for the bystanders. Maybe for the endurers, they can see some references and stuff, but, like, otherwise, that doesn't look like RuneScape, you know? Yes, I see, I see, yeah. Hey, Selpo, hello. Let's make it Valheim. Well, the thing is, like, nah, I think they're gonna be trying to farm with that one, too. So it's gonna be probably something more, you know, like for more people, more live service-ish. You know. I would assume. I would assume. A Monster Hunter Wilds is easing up its VRAM Hogan, toughening up even more monsters. Arc Welcome Challenge. Change, rather. Well, yeah, we already tried all of this. Tried all of this. There's Arc Tempered Radar that we obviously haven't tried. Seasonal Event Festival. The Capcom collaboration at the end of May. Yeah, that one we saw already. And the patch is out now. Silksong release date confirmed for 2025 in a drive-by Switch 2 video. Nintendo's What Team Cherry don't. There it is, man. Not so sure. Not so sure, though. Maybe. Damn, the insane emotes there. The Bloodborne PC. One and only. The Grey Feather. Confirmed surely. Well, I mean, it is like... It is just the same as before. It's the same trailer, just, you know, different year. No, you know, nothing in concrete. Nothing more precise than the year. So, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, just, like, wonder what's happening there. But just kind of curious, man. Like, what is going on? Just 5 seconds clip, yeah. Well, it's like the clip out of the same things that they already showed before. Just kind of like, well, now it's 2025, so they can just do the same next year. Now it's 2026, you know. Yeah, bro, yeah. And I do think it's just kind of like, yeah. Might be all changing again, but maybe this year, who knows? Maybe they did. I don't know why would they want to wait for Switch 2 also to release. Like, I just wonder what was happening there. The Megacorp deal and delayed it. There's some sort of development hell, I guess. Yeah, maybe like some fiesta was going in the developer team, which can happen. Like a lot of like successful indies end up with some like drama later because, you know, like usually it's just kind of like sort of a bunch of nerds almost on pure enthusiasm just working there, and then, you know, boom, suddenly huge success, you know, like the feel catching the star and getting a bunch of monies and stuff, and maybe starting to go with like, you know, who's who deserves more praise, who did contribute more to that, you know, and is anyone else deserving that fame and stuff? Maybe, I don't know. Like just throwing out there, right? Like kind of like we had the drama with Limbo, right? The developers recently, when one just kind of was like sort of forced to leave the studio, and another one is like still kind of like, you know, shitting on them all over the place and trying to like lawsuit them and everything too. So I guess that could be something like that. Hard to say. Nintendo bought it out? No, it was just kind of like the real, you know, like all the indies and stuff that will be releasing there. So it's not exclusives or anything. The Game Pass still probably there. Yeah, Game Pass deal is not like some sort of like, you know, binding thing. It's just basically, you guys also gonna be on Pass. We're gonna pay you some fixed amount of money most likely, and maybe some money for every player who's gonna play it on Game Pass. Done. Not so sure. Developers updated Steam page, changing copyright date to 2025. We'll see, we'll see. The Mobius Lucian Ecosystem City Builder Synergy gets 1.0 release later this month. See how this one going. Play the demo of that one. It looks cool, but it was, in terms of how it plays, was just kind of basic, I guess. The usual. It actually pumps kind of good. Not bad, not bad. The Morbius looking, yeah. It's the 21st of May. It was alright, but did feel kinda, you know, generic a little in terms of gameplay. But seemed like still good, very positive and all. New Tron movie coming? No. Another one. Kinda like lost with those already, like... which movies were there? A Monster Train 2 rolls up with release date. Last one was really good. Demo was nice. Demo was basically kinda the first game, just different, I guess, a little more. So true, remote, true. 80 hours of your life? Nah, not really. I don't like think so. I didn't play the first one even that much, and like I kind of like I will play Old Dawn's one. Which others, like big builders like Slay the Spire 2, for example, I wouldn't mind. What else was there? There was, I think, one more I'm kind of like trying to remember that I was kind of interested to maybe try. But I'm like not like super interested at the moment in the deck building. See what I see. The Mega Civ session. Not even the proper Tron anymore, I see. And the era of card games is over. I just kind of need to feel some, you know. Like, it's not like I did feel a lot of them before, even, to be honest. Like, sometimes you just kind of like have some, you start playing, and yeah, if I start playing, like, I can get lost for a few hours. Will I return to it? That is not really guaranteed, eh? That is not even really guaranteed, eh? Like the, what was the, like the Old Dance one, I think, was the one I kind of like played the most out of the recent ones. Space one, I was kind of excited, and I did enjoy playing while it lasted, but kind of like had enough, I guess, and just kind of like stopped. What else was there? Man, there was something else also, I remember. Well, there was obviously the what was the fully pixel art one. That one was nice. That one was nice too. And I did all achievements in that one. And that's kind of like, don't really remember which other ones I kind of like was grinding a while. The Cobalt Core, yeah, Cobalt Core was nice. No, the Breachway, the space one, the Breachway, yeah, that's the one I meant. Yeah, I was excited about that one. I did play it a bunch, and maybe when it like releases fully, I will revisit. Because, but like the demo, the thing is like the structure was just kind of made in the way. Like I didn't really like. It didn't feel that good replaying it again. It's like everything was still kind of like like there wasn't that much of the variety in the runs. Like everything more or less was still kind of going like in some very like you basically have like the ship and just like some basic weapon that you already have installed, and then you just kind of like, well, one weapon will be different, so it like adds a little bit, but like the main core is kind of keeps going. Knock on the Covenant, yeah, I heard that one is really good. Yeah, I heard that one is really good, but didn't get into that one. I think I was playing something else at that time. But yeah, the Claybores will be playing next week some more. The new patch. For now, just kind of like, not sure if I feel like more. I could try Monster Train 2 though. We'll see when it's out. Maybe. Thing is, like some of these, they are like they're massive. Like Monster Train also gonna be massive. Like already in the demo they showed how much they're gonna have in the version that will be out, which is actually, let me see, is it full release or is it gonna be early access? Which kind of makes not a lot of sense, but I wouldn't be surprised really. Yeah, it's gonna be full, alright. But yeah, it is full, and that means everything gonna drop at the same time, and that's gonna be a lot of stuff. And that's kind of like a problem even sometimes, I would say, nowadays, right? When you kind of have like limited amount of like time to play things, even it's so much stuff to play, and then there's like, oh yeah, let's unlock this, unlock that, and it's just kind of like, dude, it keeps going. But it's good if you like games like this, especially on the Steam Deck and everything. It's amazing. I just kind of feel like with this amount of like games, I just kind of play roguelikes and deck builders and stuff way less, just because, you just can get stuck in those for a while. Like Ultan's one actually in that sense was kind of good, because you could just like unlock everything, get all the achievements and stuff, and be done with it, Try not all, but like a lot of builds and stuff, a lot of combinations of stats, a lot of decks. In the process, unlock all the extra stats, more cards, and finish all the achievements and just be done with it. Now that Ultan is out in the Nightmare mode, though, I'm gonna try it, but yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be going for like mega Nightmare mode grind. I doubt it. I really doubt it. Slay the Spire possibly 2025? It is probably, yeah. Zero interest. I am interested because like Slay the Spire was like my beginning of like my streaming basically, right, and stuff. That's my kind of like, the historical sort of game and event. So I'm gonna play it just because of that. Will I grind it? I also kind of not so sure really. Like doing all those ascensions, meta progression things and unlocks. Nowadays I'm just like not a big fan. It's nice when it's there though, because not everyone is a streamer, right? Not everyone just like, gets like some new stuff to play like every like few days basically. So some people can just, install it and just like enjoy it and play it slowly while like, on commute or something in their Steam Deck. That's perfect. That's nice. I'm gonna finish everything before Dune, yeah, because Dune is gonna be the grind. And even like the Dune and Life Service games nowadays, I feel like, like I think my record still probably is like around like 2 months on stream. That was probably New World, I guess. The second coming of New World was around like 2 months, I think. More than 2 months, not a single like live service or MMO or any game like doesn't last on stream anymore. I just kind of like get tired, burn out, and just move on to other things. Usually even like before 2 months, I already kind of start, like switching and pivoting slowly. Just kind of like more things piling up, and you just like switch and play other things. We'll see though. Like I'm always open to find something that I will really enjoy grinding. Maybe actually like some of the card stuff I can just, like, kind of with Cobalt Core, for example. Like, the Kultan's game was, like, I already seen it will be fun from the demo and stuff. Cobalt Core, for example, it was just like, I mean, let's try it out. And then it was just like, well, that's actually good. So let's finish it. Which actually, like, I think the part that is, like, finite, right? There is no, like, all those, like, insane amount of difficulties, you know, like all the meta progressions, unlocks. It's just kind of like you have story that you go through. So you need like some amount of runs just to finish the story, and you get achievements for that and stuff. And it just kind of like you see the end, you know, like the end is like here. You can reach it, you can see it, and then you kind of just like more motivated, I feel, to kind of go for that ending and just, you know, to finish the game. Because when it's like, you know, oh yeah, it's like I did like some meta progression on Loco is like plus 1%, like, you know, damage right now for me. Like how much do I need of that to actually kind of like properly finish the game? Or like how many difficulties are there? Oh, there's like 20 levels of like extra difficulty, and like on level 5 it already becomes pain. So you need to grind like super hard and get really good run to actually finish other difficulties, and it's just kind of like, nah, not really, dude. I don't really like that anymore. So seeing some sort of end is kind of nice, actually. Union workers at Fallout and Elder Scrolls Company ready to strike against Microsoft after 2 years of haggling. Update, Microsoft spokesperson responds. Microsoft don't give them contract. Addressing better wages, workplace improvements, key concerns including lack of remote work options and the company's replacement of in-house quality assurance work with outsourced labor without notifying the union. More than 94% to approve leaders to kick off a strike if Microsoft don't give them a contract addressing these things. Underpayment and costly RTO initiatives have caused many of us to put our lives on pause because our income does not match even the rising cost of living in the cities where ZeniMax insists we live and work to maintain employment. Senior QA tester Zachary Armstrong comments in the statement. None of us wishes it had come to this, but if Microsoft and ZeniMax continue to demonstrate at the bargaining table that they are unwilling to pay us fair wages, but the value of labor provides to our games, we'll be showing them just how valuable our labor is. Despite being one of the world's largest corporations, we have to continuously fight for what should be bare minimum. Paying your employees a livable wage is a multi-trillion dollar company. The multi-dollar company, legendary one. The least they could be doing. However, when addressed at the bargaining table, Microsoft acts as though we are asking for too much. Our in-house contractors have been working on minimal wages with no benefits, including no paid sick time. Our workers are choosing not to start families because of the uncertainty of finances. Release multiple titles while working fully remote. When will enough be enough? So what Microsoft did say there. A lot of words without saying anything, probably. Quality assurance team is an integral part of our business and is key to our ability to deliver games our players will love. We respect the team's right to express their viewpoints and are deeply committed to reaching a fair and equitable resolution that acknowledges the team's contributions. Been substantial progress over the course of the negotiations, reaching a tentative agreements on the majority of the topics at the table. Presented the package proposal that we believe is fair. If accepted, it would result in immediate compensation increases, even more robust benefits, and is in alignment to the company's hybrid model of 3 days in office. Look forward to continuing this progress during negotiations. Well, at least there is something. At least there is something, I guess. Kind of curious why all these, like, you know, mega huge corporates and stuff, like, if they really want to, like, make people work from the office, like, and in the same time having offices in some, like, I don't know, like San Francisco and some other places that are like insanely expensive. Why don't they just, like, try to make, you know, like some sort of, like, like some offices in a way cheaper areas, you know. So it's kind of like some sort of balance between like work from home and like office work, but you know, we just kind of like move offices somewhere where it's like cheaper to operate. So you don't want to like visit your office like here and live here in like expensive area, where there you go, we have this kind of like, you know, this like village sorta. We kind of guarantee that there's gonna be like good internet and everything there, so you can work. And you have an office that you need to like tune in every once in a while, and you have yourself like some cheap, you know, some cheap cost of living area where you can live and work from. Like kind of like, you know, like I know some companies like back home did that before. Like instead of like going for some of the big cities, they were like, you know, like offering job offers with relocation to some of the smaller cities that are way cheaper in terms of like rent, food, everything. Like, why not try something like that? Or why not try something like that? Would reduce the cost. Not to mention, you probably would be able also to secure some sort of like governmental support in those programs, because like a lot of governments, well, I'm not sure about US. Maybe in the US they don't care about it too much. But I know like in the EU, for example, I think there's a lot of like programs that kind of like, you know, try to like subsidize and motivate people to kind of go back into like small towns, you know, like villages and stuff, so they can live there and, you know, like create jobs, take jobs, you know, bring the money in the local budgets and everything, pay taxes in the local budgets. Like, government probably would be happy too if they would do something like that, like revitalizing some sort of like towns. Can pick also towns that have some like historical value, sort of, you know, like some things there going. That would be kind of nice. Let's see, portable, I see. Hey, Corsad, hello. How we doing, man? A Disco Elysium spin-off, Lost City, was the story of two grody children and a box full of insects. A leaked presentation details cancel Project X7. Cancelled in February. Kuno and Kuno S, a pair of foul-mouthed kids from the streets of Revachol. Spent minimal time with the pair when I reviewed Disco Elysium because they are vicious brats, but like every character in the game, they have many facets. Possible to get on Kuno's good side and even recruit him as an ally. Such I'm intrigued to see how his and Kuno's story might have proceeded in Lost City, and said that I will almost certainly never get to play the game. Still need to play the OG though, huh? Lost City was seemingly called Lost City because of the Kuno's treasured in-game possessions was to be a Lost City in a cardboard box. According to the leaked presentation, which dates back to around 9 months before the cancellation, features commentary from now departed Zaum writer Adora Klinjic. The box was to serve as an evolving allegory for his emotions and values. It's also something of a town management subgame. Kuno could put stuff in the low-cost box to create buildings and facilities, altering the chemistry of his insect world and potentially fomenting civil wars. Game outside the box is described as a single-player cooperative experience. I'd have control Kuno and Kuno S simultaneously, picking one as a leader during exploration, terrain interaction and dialogue, and swapping between them to make use of their different capacities. Each character was to receive their own thought cabinet with familiar unlocks such as Mazovian socioeconomics and set of RPG skills, including old Disco Elysium standbys like Half-Life and electrochemistry. So Disco Elysium, these skills would have been presences in dialogue, and each character would have had their own voiced narrator. There is a sample of the voice acting at the end of the video. The pair would also have picked up on different aspects of their surroundings, extending into the audio design. Presentation gives example of Kuno overhearing the turning of a book page, while Kuno S is preoccupied with the gushing of a fountain. As for how you might use their skills in tandem, they would have shared an inventory and been able to combine skills for certain skill checks. But the more fascinating dynamic is that they would have developed their intellectual lives in response to each other. The presentation broaches the prospect of chain thoughts about specific topics, triggering further interactions and affecting their overall relationship. Likely falling into the trap of having only glowing things to say of a game I'll never get to analyze, but it sounds like a terrific elaboration of disco. Takes HDB's a multitude of garrulous self-manifestations and stretches them precariously between two skulls. It's interesting to experience the not unhopeful post-revolutionary dystopia of Revachol through the eyes of lost children rather than a perma-hungover amnesiac. But yeah, everyone already left there. Everyone already left there. Not sure if even this one was worked by like a lot of people from the OGs, I guess. A next shooter from the GTFO crew will have microtransactions but no loot boxes, a mad fuckery or a buckazoids. Den of Wolves is not a den of predatory monetization. Game will most likely have microtransactions. The simple reason that the studio is now 10 times bigger than when they launched GTFO. It needs to make more money. Don't be entirely depressed, however. There will be no Amat's fuckery, no pay to win, and no buckazoids. The way we launched GTFO, you pay for it once and you have the whole game. That was a viable business approach for when we were 9 members of staff. But now we are 100 people and the burn rate is way bigger, and Den of Wolves is a much more ambitious game. So we are hoping it turns into a live service type thing. Like I wonder, you know, like what's the reason? You know, what's the cause, huh? You know, what's the result here? Like, are they making it live service because they have 100 people? Or do they have 100 people because they want to make live service, you know? Unless the mention of live service give you hives, keep reading. Not going to be subscription service, it's going to be a premium price. 2/3 of what AAA games usually cost, so it's more in the level of GTFO, the Payday games, and Vermintide, and those other first-person co-op games. That's the space we are occupying. So yes, there will be microtransactions most likely. There will be DLC, but nothing that is pay to win, nothing that is mouth fuckery where, you know, for 20 bucks you buy 100 buckazoids, and then everything you can buy in the game costs 64 buckazoids, so you can never ever get rid of all your buckazoids. So you always have that splinter in your mind telling you, I'm leaving money on the table in this game. I need to buy more buckazoids. I'm manipulative, stuff like that. Elsewhere in the interview, Wickland clarified that the game won't have an in-game currency. If you buy things, it will be with the real money, and there won't be any randomized loot box style elements to get the ratings agencies. It is about whether this is literally gambling. People who will buy stuff like DLC mobs will be able to host friends who haven't bought that DLC. There are also some interesting allusions to how microtransactions might form part of the game's darknet underworld stylings. Don't suddenly reveal that this is a cryptocurrency game at 10 chambers. True. And then microtransactions on top skip. Like, I don't know, man. Like, you know, like, yeah, you were nine members of staff. You released GTFO or just buy and that's it. And that did good, right? Like, why not do the same, you know? Just instead of, you know, GTFO theme, make something else a little. Okay, fine, maybe not 9 members, like make it like 20, but you also kind of, you know, more known now, more renowned. You got the audience, so you probably will fund those people too. Why go for 100 and just like aim for some like, you know, mega live service that's gonna be farming money? Nothing's like I say. Like, you just kind of get yourself also in this like risky spot. Like if it fails, you done. All those 100 people, and there goes the layoffs and everything, you know. So I'm like not sure. Like they just kind of like he just makes it sound here that, you know, like, yeah, we are now 100 people, so we kind of hope it turns into live service type thing. Like, why did you hire 100 people then? You know, like, well, in the first place, to now sit and hope that live service thing will work. Yeah, I kind of think it's kind of a bit different, you know. You just kind of wanted to make a live service and farm, and that's why you got 100 people, and now you also realize that you need to feed all those 100 people, so now you actually kind of hope that that's actually gonna work, you know, so you have money for all of that. Not sure, man, not sure. That did kind of look like also very generic and everything, so... I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see, I guess. I mean, good luck to them. Doesn't seem like something I would be really interested to play. Never know, but yeah, not so sure. And yeah, the fact that you already buy it and then also pay on top of that, that totally doesn't help in decision making. Make a good game, you can get away with a lot of bullshit? How you mean, like, because they made one good one, they can get away with a lot of bullshit now? I don't think it actually kind of works that well nowadays, though. Well, unless you made something like, you know, like if it's like Call of Duty or something, like Assassin's Creed, like if it's that kind of like scale of things, yeah, you are allowed to fuck up, you know, multiple times maybe even. Monster Hunter, yeah, that's a good example because yeah, you can shit all over the performance and people still will be just like completely, you know, like praising you left and right. The next game is good, microtransactions could be forgiven. I mean, yeah, it will be. It will be, for sure, if it's good. It's just, the thing is, like, it seems kind of like one-off again. It's literally Payday, pretty much. Like, when they announced it and showed it, it's like... I mean, sure, Payday 3 didn't go that well, but, like, you know, do people really need another one? Basically. Just the space Payday, sorta. Just like whenever nowadays you see all those live services and stuff, it's like, do we really need that much, dude? Do we really need more? Like, I just don't see it as some sort of like, you know, like passion sort of thing. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're like, I mean, they're also Payday developers, right? Maybe that was their like dream, you know, to return to their roots and make their own Payday now without that studio they were part before, right? It just looks like they kind of like, it's not like something that they really wanted to do, but more like, all right, what farms? This farms. All right, we're making this too. And that's where you get like 100 people all of a sudden in the studio, and then you kind of like it's just like a weird building of like the you know, the sequence of kind of like thoughts there. Like, instead of just like, you know, like, all right, how about we like work on this game? How many people we need to make this kind of game? All right, that many people. All right, let's get that many people, make this kind of game. That will bring us hopefully enough money to pay those people. It's more kind of like, all right, we get that amount of people, right? And now we need to make something that's gonna feed that people. That doesn't work like that, dude. Like, so you wanted already to make something like this in the first place, and that's why you got so many people. Always reach someone new with the copy derivative of something. I mean, true, yeah, I agree, but like the thing is, like, it all kind of looks generic and the same. That's the problem. Like, a lot of those things, you just see the gameplay and you don't know which kind of game you're actually like witnessing at the moment, you know. Can do several things, and yeah, with 100 people, yeah, they could just do multiple projects or something. Yeah, GTFO was somewhat unique. I mean, Helldivers, for example, right? Like, that stuff, like, even from the looks of it and stuff, that was, like, unique and kind of weird, you know? And all, like, quirky and everything with trailers and stuff, right? And it did work. Not to mention that they also kind of tried to, like, specifically remain, you know, microtransaction kind of, like, on the low side, right? To win, like, this, like, positive, you know, sentiment from community. Kinda true, but not exactly, because like, which are the channels of marketing for those? Like, there are like that argument works for like Call of Duty, right? They can go and give like odds on, like, you know, like, I don't know, like the Super Bowl or something, right? And there will be people who are not on Twitch, people who are like disconnected, and they will be like, oh, what is this shit? All right, I'm gonna go buy it. These guys, they can't do that. So like, realistically, which is their audience? Players of their previous game, GTFO, right? So probably players that are already somewhat in the know of things, right? At least they played their previous games. They know that. What else they gonna use? Influencer marketing and stuff. So it's gonna be the same people on Twitch, you know, again, the same streamers who play all of those live services, extraction, you know, BR and everything, playing their game again. That is derivative sorta, right? And they just kind of gonna be like, all right, I guess maybe it's good and they're gonna stick around and it will be better than other options in the market, right? Maybe. Not saying it's not gonna be. Maybe they're confident they're gonna make it better. Could be. Hey Zach Mac, hello. How we doing, man? To branch out in terms of marketing, you think? Well, so far, all the marketing and all the announcements we saw on Game Awards, all the announcement shows, and that's pretty much it. So, I don't know, man. For now, it seems like it's actually targeting the same audience that plays those games. Like, they're not trying really to go for someone else there. I think it's actually literally advertised as, like, basically from creators of Payday, you know, there's, like, Payday, but Cyberpunk, sorta. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. They did some research, I guess, or something, right? They should know better, I guess, what they can make and what can work. If anything, I do kind of feel that what they are actually trying to aim is not getting any new audience, but they try to get actual Payday audience, but like under the pretense that these are kind of, you know, like developers of a OG cool Payday, and other Payday that is now out and like recent and relevant is garbage. So how about you guys play our Payday, because ours is OG and better. I think so. But we'll see, I guess. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe it is actually that much better. Maybe it is actually that much better. But also I feel like if they have 100 people already working on the game, an announcement was a while ago, I feel, you know, like the 100 people working in development probably ate a lot of that success of GTFO already on just salaries and stuff. So I guess the base marketing is good enough. But you also kind of like, for good marketing, in my opinion, you need to have the product that looks like, you know, very appealing. But again, yeah, that is absolutely subjective. So like for someone it might be appealing though, because for me, like when they showed it, like I think majority of people were just kind of like question marking, you know, what is this? Do it, Portable. Ask them for them jobs. Do it. How many new players actually touched the Path of Exile 2? Yeah, a lot of people for sure. I'm pretty sure there was a lot of people. Pretty sure. But that's also kind of like, I feel like what with Path of Exile, what happened, it was just kind of like, you notice it nowadays a lot. Like, big releases, they just kind of like get a lot of like, the hype wave for the big releases is massive, no matter what it is. Like, remember even like Dragon's Dogma 2, for example, coming out. Like, dude, barely any of the people hyping it up played the first part. A lot of like didn't even know. Like, I remember like Forsen when he tried to play the first one and ended up just like saying it's complete fucking dog shit and everything, right? But a bunch of other people who just jumped in the second one without knowing what it is and just suffering and stuff. And yeah, like, it's just kind of anything just gets like super hyped. I think it's part actually because of the like Twitch and, you know, like the influencer and content creator marketing, basically, because like it's just kind of how it works. Like, content creators hype things up because that's gonna bring them viewers in the end, right? Because like people, like, you hype up something that people will come to you to see, you know, sorta. So it's kind of like beneficial for everyone to hype those things up. And a lot of like people who watch that, they also, you know, just like, people just want to be excited for something, you know, for some games, I guess. Secret Fighter, I see. No, I don't think so. I think a lot of people basically just kind of like, they just don't really finish stuff. They just don't play things for long, because like audience also just like the audience attention usually is like 2 days, 2 streams. Like you play something new like for 2 streams, it's gonna be good. After that, like people already gonna start, you know, like molding in chat that is boring, play something else, you know. And a lot of people kind of like follow that because, well, I mean, you know, the audience driven, you know, you need to kind of like keep going. You need to make the dough, make the bread, you know, make people happy and stuff. So a couple of days and you move on to the next one. So it's not really even because like people don't want like the main gameplay buttons. No, I think it's more about the fact that like your viewers don't want you to sit there for like for days playing the same game. The hype is the result of marketing. The thing is, like, marketing like this already was for a while. It's just like nowadays it started working better. Like it's just like got like the critical mass, I guess, of everything going on like the Twitch and on the platforms and stuff. That like now the same stress, like the hashtag ad streams were like forever, right, and everything. It's just like now. I don't know why, actually. I can't really come up with something. Maybe people just, like, nowadays are so depressed they're looking for, like, you know, like, some escapism and stuff even more. And, like, being excited for, like, the games and stuff that people try to hype up gives them, like, more, you know, kind of, like, more, like, positive emotions, I guess, that they can finally get excited about it. And then whenever it kind of almost inevitably ends up being not what they actually expected, they also can express, like, you know, the other range of emotion and completely, you know, like throw out all that discontent and rage that they had. Just the idea of being part of something, yes, that for sure. And I mean that is like part of all this, like, you know, like the narrative nowadays, like the tribalism sort of, right? You kind of like excited about something a lot, and then it, like, you know, gets like loggy buggy, and everything instantly just like switch polarity, and it's like shitting on it all of a sudden. Let's see, Griffith, I see. Now there are some wild takes, I guess. I mean, even like with Poison and Dragon's Dogma 1, I guess. For example, you know. Could be. A lot of people, well, actually not sure if a lot of people in that case would be parroting that, but still, yeah, I guess. Well, for streamers, it's easy, right? The hype for streamers is easy because, like, a lot of streamers, they're constantly, like, you know, complain that, you know, there's nothing to play. There's no games, video game drought and everything, you know. So for them, when there's, like, something, you know, like, big is on the horizon that also maybe will sponsor and stuff, right? It's kind of like something to start, you know, the hype, the pump. It's also, I think, in my opinion, kind of like part of the... I don't know, maybe it's not something people consciously do, right? But like when you have like a lot of this like kind of like network of streamers and stuff, right? You like follow each other on Twitter and everything, and you start kind of like hyping some game up. Others might be also like, what is this? Oh, all right. Maybe I should also, you know, kind of like join on that. So I have content, you know, to do basically. And it's kind of like the rising tide, you know, lifts all the ships basically. So everyone is kind of winning from that because everyone is like hyping things up, everyone jumping on the train, bringing their viewers aboard. So overall, you know, like the amount of views and stuff also increases, amount of people interested in the game. And like a lot of studios now kind of try to go for that too. Like a lot of the games now, the indie stuff, they like usually like try also like how it like, here's the review key, like if possible, please, we would really appreciate if you like do stream like around like in this like 24-hour frame or like 2 days frame, you know, because we're trying to get like, you know, the content creator push to get more like, you know, hype around the game, basically, at the same time to kind of focus, you know, focus the hype in like a limited amount of time. That was basically the same. Like, I mean, like Apex Legends beginning in the release, that's pretty much what they did. They just like sponsored like everyone and their mom on the platform, and just at the same time pretty much just kind of like propelled the category of completely new game all the way to the top of the Twitch. When fucking Kriparian was playing Apex Legends, when his PC was fucking lagging and he didn't know what was happening, but he got sponsored too because, you know, why not? And they just got like a shitload of people on board just to get the game, like, you know, category all the way up. And, well, I mean, it did work pretty good. Even though a lot of people, like, after like a month or something started complaining that there's like no content and everything in the end. But they managed still to kind of address that and keep up, you know, the pace. And, well, game's still around, still popular. And Helldivers 2 was at its lowest. Arrowhead looked to Hello Games and No Man's Sky to keep their chin up. Ain't always easy being a live service game. True. At one point in time, Helldivers 2 went as low as 30% positive on Steam, which, as he says, usually that's the death knell for the game. But we came back from that. A bigger problem came after some balancing tweaks, which brought it down to 19%. I think 19% was the lowest. The games that get 19% user score did not generally recover. Except at that point, everybody was on vacation. When I was asked to step in as CEO, they gave me the keys to the car and told me we're going off on vacation because we haven't been taking much over the last few summers. And I was like, we're running a live service game. People can't be off for the next 3 months. But that's what happens in Sweden. We take our summer vacations very seriously. Kind of with Songs of Conquest, I think, too. I think was it like pretty much every like August, and even like a little couple of weeks around August maybe too. I think they were on vacation usually. Giorgiani had to explain this to SIE Studio Business Group CEO too. Not exactly an easy task. Maybe the lowest point during my tenure so far, as the Arrowhead CEO put it, but a plan was formed and reviews have swung back around the positive. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Giorgiani said he was inspired by Hello Games and No Man's Sky, perhaps one of the most infamous games of the past decade when it comes to changing the rhetoric surrounding it. Game was hyped, then bombed, and then they put the head to the grindstone and just updated the game. Of course, Hello Games had a lot more work to do to ride that spy ship. It took years to get it to where it's at now. The response to Helldivers 2 certainly been a lot more volatile, and one could pretty easily argue that the fact speaks to where we are at with live service games. Kick up enough of a fuss and you'll more or less get what you want. In any case, fingers crossed for Arrowhead that Helldivers 2 second year goes a bit smoother. 20 fully fledged free updates. Well, I mean, they do be still pumping updates though. Like, I guess they're not as massive as like the No Man's Sky stuff. But yeah, we'll see, I guess. We'll see, I guess. They're still pretty mild with like the monetization, I think, for now, so maybe it will be somewhat doable. Not sure about 20 though. Not sure about 20. With paid war bonds, can't you do all of that stuff like within game methods though? I thought initially, at least, you could kind of get pretty much everything there with within game stuff just through some grind. If you play 6 hours a game, that already kind of little. 6 hours a day. 6 hours games would be kind of exhausting, I guess. I guess. Well, at least there is an option, but yeah, the monetization is there still. Get the currency, but takes forever. Alright. Shenmue beats Doom as the most influential game of all time in BAFTA poll. And yeah, that poll is quite something. So, full results in descending order. Shenmue, Doom, Super Mario, Half-Life, A Legend of Zelda, a Minecraft, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, like, how? Dude, this shit is out like month ago. Like, how is this here? Super Mario 60, like, well, what did it even, like, affect right now at this point? Like, nothing it can affect even can be released at this point yet. Super Mario 64, Half-Life 2, Sims, Tetris, Tomb Raider, Pong, Metal Gear Solid, World of Warcraft, Baldur's Gate 3, also kind of very questionable. Final Fantasy 7, Dark Souls, GTA 3, just GTA. Skyrim also. I mean, if anything, could kind of like should trace the games that are similar, like a bit lower, you know, like Elder Scrolls. Just take like in general, like Elder Scrolls, you know, series maybe, or like one of the first games. Then, at least like something like Morrowind or some shit, and like or Oblivion or something, I could see, yeah. So in Skyrim too, I guess, but like the Skyrim was affected by those already, right? Literally. Most likely clickbait. No, it's not clickbait. It's like literally, you know, like the British Academy, you know, like vote. I don't know who was voting though. Like, was it some the BAFTA list? Like, who was like was it the BAFTA's like, you know, members voting, or was it like on their website or something? Public poll. Okay, public poll kind of gets like makes sense, I guess. All right. It was basically popularity contest, but how? If it's popularity contest, I don't know, man. Yeah, I can see Doom, I can see Super Mario, Half-Life, Zelda, Minecraft. Like Kingdom Come, I mean, it's a good game, even the first one, but was it like that influential? Because we don't have anything, you know, like it at all, except for the second game. So was it really that? Was it really that? Was the influential stuff? Brigading about among passionate game fans, alright. Yeah, not so sure. Like influential in general, I guess. Like not just other games, but like people's lives. I don't know. Like since it's like the academy, right, that gives awards to developers, like my assumption would be like, you know, influential as in like influencing like developers and other games, you know, like the industry basically as a whole. Because if it's personal influence, then I can see, I guess, kind of like some of the newer games there, sure. Yeah, like Doom, like, yeah, Doom was defining like the genre, right? Like Super Mario in a way too. Half-Life, like also like some people I saw like in Discord also discussion. Some people like, why Half-Life, dude? That Half-Life was actually like pretty massive with that stuff. They did start a lot of trends for like the shooters basically, and a lot of sort of like, well, I mean, Arcane for example, right? Studios for Dishonored and everything, like when they were doing the tests, like one of the Arcane's like level makers, right, like level creators, was literally just like sending the application work that you need to send for them to apply for the job opening. You needed to make like the level in the Half-Life with using, you know, like the all the things that you could do in Half-Life, like the gravity gun. It was Half-Life 2 though, I think, not 1. So like the gravity gun and all that stuff, right? Like the game actually did have a lot of like really dang shit. First and second, really. And Zelda, obviously, Minecraft was also big. Like Mario, like I think in general should be somewhat, you know, one thing. Sims, I guess. Personally, maybe, but like for the industry, I mean, we still only just now got Inzoe, right? Which is kind of like the other Sims. Other than that, it was influencing only itself, I guess. Tetris is kind of massive. Tomb Raider, pretty big. Pong, obviously, too. Metal Gear Solid, quite, I would say. World of Warcraft is like basically the whole like Western MMO, you know, like subgenre is pretty much World of Warcraft inspired. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 kind of a little too fresh, not so sure. Final Fantasy 7, I guess. I'm not so sure. Like, was it really like influencing that? Like, was it anything different compared to the JRPGs of the time? Because to me, it kind of seems like it's like something, you know, somewhat the same. But I'm not a huge expert on JRPGs, so not so sure. Like, the story is good and stuff, right? But like, was it like that crazy innovative there? Steve inspiring the 4X big time, true. I mean, creating the genre sort of even. I mean, Souls, absolutely. Like, Souls likes, dude. The whole genre there. Yes, you have, I see. Demon Souls instead of Dark Souls. Kinda true, kinda true. So yeah, not sure. This list is kinda pipiega there. Just doing pretty well from technical perspective, alright. FPS games had basically no story before Half-Life. Barely even has more developed story than its contemporaries. Which would be the first, then, shooter that we would consider story-centered? Because I do think Half-Life was one of the first there. And, like, that one actually had decent, you know, story. It had cutscenes, right? That were, like, narrative-centered, not just gameplay-centered stuff, right? Like, I think it did have a lot of things going that was kind of, like, story-wise also. Maybe some of that story wasn't exactly the super woggy, right? In first one especially, but it still kind of was. Debatable as to how much of a story, Dark Souls really propelled the series into that's also the thing what we take like as influential, right? I guess yeah, people were copying already. Like we're talking about what other I guess developers and studios were like trying to copy and stuff, right? Like you use as a reference and stuff. So then yeah, then I would say that the Demon Souls would be probably. Yeah? System Shock I wouldn't really System Shock I wouldn't count as a shooter whatsoever. Marathon, I guess. Was it like really that story heavy though compared to like Half-Life and stuff? And like release time wise actually, because wasn't Marathon also kind of around the same time with Half-Life? Sin was Sin actually around there too? And heavy on the story. It depends what we take as the story. You can say Duke Nukem 3D then also, right? Like it has the story, yeah, you kick demons fucking ass and stuff and save the ladies. That's it. Every game inherently influenced by another. Well, kind of like genre setting and stuff, yeah, like that, like the Dark Souls with the you know, like creating the Souls-like genre, right? Or like Civ, basically, kind of like the pioneering the 4X, you know, and stuff like that. Like you can say also like, well, why Doom when there's like Wolfenstein 3D and stuff, right? Like you need to take ones that were kind of like the big enough to become a reference, you know. True, true. Dark Souls 1's PC version made it blow up more culturally? I don't even think so, actually. Like, all the Souls 1 was still very niche. Like, it's the sequels and stuff that started kind of like putting it on the readers more. Like, when Dark Souls 2 was out, for example, it got, like, way more, like, public attention, because I remember it was kind of like this... the moment, like at least like back home and like the journalism back then, when I was still kind of like following some of that, it was like that moment when people like instead of like shitting on Dark Souls and calling it like, you know, like just difficult for the sake of it, and like, you know, like just being the den of the gaming elitists and stuff. They started already with like Dark Souls 2 kind of it started to get like the public attention, and a lot of journalists also started, you know, to kind of change their opinion on that too. Like, yeah, that's actually kind of nice. The challenge is cool, you know. And then 3 was already massive and stuff, and then so on and so on and so on. The Alone in the Dark, true. Yeah, there's no like horror stuff here pretty much. Well, that's the thing. It's kind of like, yeah, was there story in shooters before Half-Life? You can also say, you know, the story in like the big shooters, you know, that act like the story that got like attention, I guess. Let's put it that way. Because in Half-Life it was good enough, I guess, to get attention and to, well, I mean, even got the Black Mesa and everything, right? Like some remakes and stuff. Yeah, story was simplistic, absolutely. In Half-Life 1. Half-Life 2 I actually still haven't played myself, but like, I don't know, is it actually really that good in the second one? In first one it was very basic and simple, but it was there. It had cuts. It wasn't just, you know, like some like notes you're finding, right? It wasn't some sort of like radio calls or something. It was something you actually kind of like, you know, you run like a whole intro, right? Like you start the shooter. Imagine back then. Like I remember I fucking hated it at some point back in the day. Like all this intro sequence that you couldn't like skip or anything. And it was like the time when, you know, like playing on one PC, on a friend's PC, on another friend's PC, we're playing and stuff like this. And every fucking time you go through this intro shit and everything. That's where we started looking into console commands and cheats and stuff and just fucking around with the game, because we just kind of like, bro, I don't give a shit about that. It was also, I think, not translated, so we didn't understand shit about that either, right? But it was there. You have like, you know, like you have this segment, the whole segment in the shooter when you're not shooting, which actually like tells you some story, right? There's like cutscene things happening. You just like going on that trolley, looking around, right? Things happening, like, you know, like fucking cinema, you know. Yeah, Rev, yeah. I do most of the story, right? Like, story, basically just written there. Hexen, Heretic, right? You just kind of, what was the story? You have like this bit of text. When you're done with the level, you have this text like scrolling there, and you go to the next level. There we go, man. But yeah, they made it kind of like, you know, believable. But yeah, I haven't played the second one. I have not. I always waited for it. And then when I went to buy the disc, instead of the Half-Life 2 actual game, it was like a fucking some leaked, you know, like raw, broken, like engine version instead of that, which we fucked around with for some time and then just uninstalled and forgot about it for the time being, and then kind of like never really got around to it because I think it was already like time for some of my potentially maybe like MMO era. Nah, that sounds a little too early for my MMO era, but it could be actually, not so sure. So I never really got around to play it again. I haven't really got around to play it. I mean, I played the first one also. Like, in the end, I played it mostly, like, you know, like, they didn't really do the full playthrough. Like, Half-Life for us was always just the engine to launch CS. That's it. Like, I mean, dude, this Russia, man. Everyone played fucking CS. No one cared about Half-Life. Basically. It's just, like, something that goes on the side with Counter-Strike. That's it. Like, no one really cared about it. Like, we did some, like, matches sometimes just for funsies and, like, Crossfire and LAN Cafe. That's pretty much it. That's as far as Half-Life was going, basically. So they did like they did a lot of innovation in the game for sure. So like I could see that. You could add a lot of influential games, really, like a lot. Like for every genre, you pretty much can like pick some game. Like where's like Diablo and stuff, for example. No Diablo, right? Like, no ARPG represented whatsoever. Like, the list is kind of PP again. I don't know who and why we're doing this list even. Not so sure. Actually, no, wait a second. List probably was kind of like a bunch of games. I don't know if you can, like, kind of even see it here somewhere. Oh yeah, it looks like you could add stuff there. So I guess, like, you know, the things were added there, and then the votes were just kind of getting games into this, like, top, you know, top whatever 20 or something. I assume. So that means that other games probably were there, they just didn't get enough votes. I don't see the logic though, like how, like, for example, like Pong or like Tetris got in that high somehow. But in the same time, like Civilization or something didn't get that far. I don't get it, man. And how the fuck Shenmue got in the first place? Is it like some fucking trolling or something? That could be like some Omega brigading and trolling though, for sure. The popularity, but the weird one, like how Shenmue got that much popularity. Like I can believe, you know, like so the Kingdom Come got that high. All right, fine, I believe that. You know, a lot of fresh game, a lot of fans, but like how the fuck Shenmue got here? Higher than like Doom and other games, for example. Where's Diablo and stuff? Weird. Weird. You know, there it is. So there is the roguelite Dig Builder from the creators of Stray Gods. So yeah, for the whole, it's still gonna be when it is launching soon. All right. So the Kickstarter gonna be, it's basically the team that made some of the good Dragon Ages, basically. So yeah, the former lead writer on Dragon Age series. But they pieced out already long ago, and they made Stray Gods, which actually kind of did somewhat good. But it was also releasing at the same time as Baldur's Gate 3, so that one kind of was a bit unnoticed, I guess. But it was apparently good, though. So now they're making some of this stuff. Well, I mean, it's not on the list. Like, the thing is, like, looks like you could suggest any game, but it needed to kind of get voted up there. So this is top 20 of that list. So I guess the list might be massive, but top 20 is that. Seems Project Rene leaks looking a bit rough around the edges, aren't they? Well, the leaks we ain't watching, though, because just in case, so it's not gonna be DMC-able stuff there. The game hasn't technically been labeled a Sims game. In the Google Play Store, it's been listed as City Life game with friends. From EA's official account, though, and your character both have one of those classic plumb bobs, is referred to as Sim, speaks Simlish throughout the gameplay footage. Absolutely worth noting, the leaked footage in question is obviously from quite an early build of the game. Certainly looks functional, but to be honest also looks a bit dull. So they're trying to still kind of like release something on their own. I kind of hope Enzoy will show them who's the boss of the gym, just so they kind of like need to compete with someone and like lower their, you know, appetites for monetization a little. That would be kind of nice. It would be kind of nice. Arcane's founder is open to the idea of making Dishonored 3, just don't place any bets on it actually happening. We're talking about science fiction at this point. Was Colantonio actually... Did he left the studio? Yeah, they aren't they in the different studio now already? Current Arcane head and Deathloop director Dinga Bakaba all have their own documents about their own ideas for a sequel. Don't think it would make sense to talk about it. Which of those three versions will ever see the day? Now we're talking about science fiction at this point, so many of the people that worked on the series are scattered around, and Harvey is not at Arcane anymore. I am not at Arcane, and Dingy is working on Blade. Okay, so that, like basically none of them there are even in Arcane, so like who's gonna be making that then? I see, Steve, I see. The real one, I see. Yeah, the Weird West studio. Yeah, they're making Blade right now. I mean, I guess we'll see how the Blade will do. Maybe they can bring it back after that. Trade Director is optimistic Gen AI could help immersive sims by acting like a Dungeons Dragons GM. Everybody hates AI, and for frankly good reasons, but there is space to improve the tools, says Rafael Calantonio. And here he goes again. If AI could really remember everything and take meaningful human decisions like a Dungeons & Dragons game master, then that would actually be very valuable. Things we could not do. There would not be a team that is big enough to do this kind of thing. One of the things about immersive sims is that we are always trying either to plan for everything that we think the player might do, and that's authoring, that's painful. Or we are doing a lot of fail-safes with systems that somehow fall back on their feet if the player does something we did not plan. There is always some stuff the players do that we haven't planned, so that's why you have the net under. But that net is a little janky, sometimes it works, sometimes not. Everybody hates AI, and for frankly good reasons, but there is space for AI to improve the tools, and not to do our job, but improve the tools. If you look at the way we made games in the 90s, it's pretty similar to how we make games today. The tools have barely evolved. I mean, they have, but it's still the same principles, same ideas. If you need to make your level a little bigger, you still have to pull the props apart and not the middle prop that's missing there. Make sure the textures match. It's an absolute pain. Thinks that level designers spend a lot of time doing grunt work and that this could be improved if there was an equivalent of chatbot GPT embedded in some tools. And I'm sure it's going to happen tomorrow. You look at your building and say, make it bigger, make it wider, change the style, and then it's done very fast, and then you become the director of that level. Already going from there even more there. Nothing else. We're throwing people at the problems. Making games with 1,000 people doesn't make sense. It was not meant to be. There's nothing admirable about that. It's just a lot of money and a lot of people that are probably not having a fun job. I would rather go back to the way things were when teams were between 20 and 50 people. But it worked before, right? It did work before. Yeah, with 20, 50 people. So what actually, like, you know, why not just return to that without overusing the Gen AI and stuff? But yeah, automating some of the things I can see being really nice. That would be kind of nice. That would reduce the grunt work indeed a lot. But also if you kind of, like, you know, lower the expectations of what players are expecting, right? And just, like, not make those massive fucking worlds, for example, you know. Just make fun worlds, huh? That would be nice. That would be already kind of nice. I think like an emergent gameplay sort of, like the AI like that could be actually kind of decent though. Like if you think about it. Like a lot of games, like a lot of Bethesda games even, for example, right? With all this like emergent gameplay and things happening in the world, right? Like all those like raider meet raider situations and stuff like that. If there is like some sort of, yeah, like the dungeon master as in something like the game master, right? That is actually kind of like controlling some of those things in an adaptive way, for example. So it kind of like it's not some sort of like a rare dice roll, right? Will you encounter some like dink situation just because kind of like a couple of formulas, couple of algorithms just kind of like happened, you know, to coincide together, but like something that is actually like more contextualized. A life that works? Sorta, yeah. Sorta, something like that. Well, I guess since they're talking immersive simulators, it's more kind of like I guess I guess considering the context of the conversation, it was more about like trying to like automate the situation so you can like account for every potential like player solution, decision, whatever you can do in the game. Like if every approach the player can do to like the puzzle or something, for example, and accounting for all of that. And responding, you know, in a natural way, not just kind of like, oh shit, we didn't expect them. They're gonna try to do that, so we're just gonna, you know, like just merge it to some other decision, for example, or some stuff, you know, like the fail safes. But instead, like make some adaptive system that will be able to kind of like still kind of like to take all the solutions and realize and understand what happened and kind of respond properly to that probably instead of like, you know, just like doing a fail safe or just kind of like connecting it to some completely different solution, giving some sort of like wrong answer to that. It could be doable. Could be doable. But the A-Live stuff I think is kind of like the most basically that will where it will be used in terms of mechanics probably. Where it can be good. Where it can be good. Bungie gearing up to reveal something about Marathon, loading the marketing cannons with the ARG rounds. Short video full of cryptic symbols. Oh, here we go again with that one. Send fans into flop was spliced video, various symbols swishing around. The users think you have to cut up the video and piece it back together correctly before attempting to decode the symbols' meanings. Studio social media account share more. Unauthorized transmission. A link to an ARG website with the Twitch login. Currently, Twitch login just brings you to a page saying access denied. All basically looks like a fancy and playful way of saying broadcast incoming, but who knows? It's like broadcast incoming, and they're probably gonna do through the website. They're gonna connect like the drops or something to the game, most likely. I see, Steve. I see. All right. The lyrical already spilling the beans there. The showcase. All right. I kind of like, I don't know, like, man, another extraction, whatever that is, I'm not so sure, man. I'm not so sure. Not exactly by GM. They'll make something like interesting and soloable also, like that a lot of games like there is a whole like layer of the games that I don't even want to go try just because you need to like go and matchmake with like randos and everything. And like dude, like solo modes, please. I just want to fuck around. I don't put like in my spare time or something, probably not even on stream, just kind of because I suck at those. I want to just, you know, like do some meme stuff. That's it. That's it. I see, Steve. I see. I mean, same kind of, same really. At Dark and Darker, I had solo mode, and that was actually kind of fun. That was like I actually did enjoy doing like, you know, some Omega Rat action there with the whatever the class was, with the assassin or thief or something. That was kind of nice. That was kind of enjoyable in a way. Didn't feel that sweaty, yeah. Yeah, the massive games are also good, like Battlefield, yeah. Like the Delta Force, the recent one also was like that. You just kind of join the massive match with a lot of people. Play some, leave. Like, you're kind of free to go, free to do. Unless I guess it's like ranked or something you're playing. But yeah, you can just like do whatever and just chill. Strident, a wintry looter shooter where you can be a booze with a tank. Sometimes is holding an open beta this weekend. A bloody elk. There was like some sort of demo or beta already a while ago, I remember. Like a year or something. The open beta. Open beta itself starts April 4th. Finishes on April 6th, so already done, I guess. Played the demo for that, was Giga convoluted? Alright. Another test weekend after from April 11th to 13th. Alright. Yeah, remember it was there. I think I even got like the key or something for that, but I was like, eh. For 65% positive, I see. Huh? It was kind of nice though. I did enjoy playing it for a while. Alright, Dune Awakening, your in-game radio that plays music from 90s Dune games has won me over. It's got the spice. Full of hackers? Oh, okay, I see how it is. Yeah, I guess like I was playing early enough that that wasn't that big of a deal. That is also a problem with like a lot of like the free-to-play shooters, and not even free-to-play really shooters, is like the hackers gonna ruin everything, dude. That's like almost any release nowadays, huh? Like anything that takes off and becomes popular, boom, there you go. The in-game radio feature music from the original Dune games. 1992, Dune and Dune 2 Battle for Arrakis. Soundtrack for the first one even has its own name, Dune Spice Opera. A remaster last year apparently, so you'll have some crispy tunes to enjoy as you travel the desert planet. Three channels to peruse on the Community, as it's been dubbed, like Harvester Radio. I see, alright, for Harvesters there. Station catered to the commoner workforce. This one will be where you'll be able to listen to music, but also get some tips for survival and even odds apparently. So going like Fallout 76 way on this one. Everywhere these days are also official Harkonnen and Atreides channels, though maybe stay away if you're susceptible to propaganda. I wonder how much will be DMCA-able there though. How much of that OST stuff will be DMCA-able there? Because radio could be kinda cool, I guess. From Software aren't abandoning single player in favor of games like Elden Ring Night Rain, says Miyazaki. Sources claim he said while ripping up a picture of Bloodborne running on Steam Deck. What a guy. What a guy. I always found that the PvPvE structure very interesting. Miyazaki told this embodied spirit of Nintendo in a recent interview. It allows for a broad range of game design ideas while also letting us leverage our experience of designing challenging enemy encounters. As a side note, he continued, briefly interrupted by an audience of PC owners who he quickly fobbed off by pulling off his jumper to reveal a short that read "The moon doesn't exist." Please allow me to address one thing. Previously mentioned, this is an online multiplayer title at its core. This doesn't mean that we as a company have decided to shift to a more multiplayer-focused direction with titles going forward. The Steam Deck for Sugar Addicts version of Elden Ring was also announced, and we still intend to actively develop single-player focused games such as this that embrace our more traditional style. Then went on to give some details about Duskbloods, a game that will presumably never exist on PC, and therefore deserves not an inch of hallowed RPS colon space. Got vampires in it. One of the vampires has an elephant or something, not sure, stop paying attention. Best of luck to Miyazaki's dude, though he seems like a sharp one. Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Kinda. Who would have guessed that they're not gonna be pivoting completely to multiplayer? But yeah, I wonder why they decided. Do you feel they wanted to cash out a little there? Fallout 76 is currently testing the one thing that makes every game better, fishing. Hook, line, and sinker. There it is. On the test server, I guess. Probably not a brand spanking new fishing rod. Need to start casting off quest. Find that by following Signal on your Pip-Boy in the mire. Blog post detailing the fishing patch notes. That the way you know if you can fish somewhere is a simple mantra. If I can swim, then I can fish. To actually get to fish, you'll need to use different kinds of bait. Take weather conditions into consideration. Radstorms will help you find a glowing fish, though I can't tell you how the fishing part actually works other than the fact a fish command comes up in the deep bodies of water. Sounds like it might be pretty automatic, which is a bit of a shame. Lots of different fish to catch, which you can eat to restore some health, but you can also turn them into fish bits, awful name, which lets you cook a new grilled fish recipe. This one provides you with an effect that reduces the time to hook a fish for 20 minutes. Something that feels quite messed up when you consider you're using the life of a fish to help you catch more fish. I also find daily fishing quests where you can unlock more recipes too. Full reset and free to play? Full reset that ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen. I mean, you can probably get it like really cheap. Well, not to mention it was for free already in many places, I guess. So we'll see when that one will happen. As the games industry continues to be a mess, the devs behind Hyperlight Drifter share why they took to Patreon. Start a new character? Yeah, I mean, I actually kind of could maybe for the ghoul. Because you can ghoul and then de-ghoul, but you can't do it too much. Multiple attempts will be already paid, I think, to return to the human state, so might as well just make a second one finally. I mean, if you wanted like leveling and stuff is like really fast though. Like, you know, like you get to 50, you pretty much like full-fledged character sorta. The only like I guess really annoying thing is that you will need like some more to get all the perks and that you need for your build, and then like the legendary perks I guess gonna take some time. But that ain't really like that crazy. They ain't really that crazy. It's kind of more min-maxing type of thing, I guess. Our Machine founder Alex Preston recently spoke to The Verge at GDC about the team's reasoning behind starting the Patreon, offering up some pretty candid explanations. The Patreon's there really to open up to the community and talk about certain things when it comes to game development. Then there's still a lot of distance between developers traditionally and the audience that consumes what they make, what we make. So finding ways to dig back in and have a conversation there is important. Obviously, money is a factor too. Industry dynamics have changed a lot, so money is tough to come by in a lot of ways. Whatever we can do to support ourselves and stay alive longer term is an important thing to turn to as well. Stan did make the point that the Patreon isn't a huge piece of the studio's revenue, but if you keep engaging and keep doing more stuff there, it's a different model than going to publishers for money all the time. Quite aptly, he said that right now it's the experimental phase of figuring out what the fuck works these days. Honestly, power to them for giving something like this a go. Getting a finished game out feels like a bit of a miracle these days. I hope the extra support does pan out. Right now, Hard Machine are working on the aforementioned Hyperlight Breaker, a more live servicey sequel to 2016 Hyperlight Drifter. When it launched into early access earlier this year, overall package didn't really work all that well. Not the game's possessors. Oh yeah, this one got some new trailer there.
Missing a few years back is also missing.
Mrs. Mary Winston Jones could not have any children. When her hubby's a seed swam in, the Lord above just killed him. Sad though it was, there's a silver lining. They bought 2 little kitties at the pound. The tabby started humping and it led to quite a something. Now a blissful
Quite the trailer they got there indeed.
House is all a bustle with feline fur and muscle, and the Joneses' hearts I've truly learned to sing. The only problem now is they're just not knowing how
The
to
Fury
keep
game
those
indeed,
kitty
yeah.
titties in a sling. Slipping on some poop in the bathroom hallway, limited to sleeping on the porch. Neighbors throwing bottles at their heads on Fridays. Maybe they should kill them. They should have had some children. Try some IVF for vitamins or yoga or a colon cleanse. The Joneses just aren't making friends. Those kitties are the bloody end. If they hadn't named them, it'd be swell to flush them down the drinking well. Their life's become a living hell. But they're so cute. All of them. Abner, Ajax, Alfie, Alan, Alvin, Andy, Angus, Anton, Archie, Arlo, Arnie, Artie, Aspen, Atlas, Banjo, Banshee, Barney, Bartok, Batman, Beaver, Benji, Benson, Bernie, Bilbo, Bogart, Bongo, Boofy, Boombox, Bowtie, Braveheart, Bronson, Brubeck, Bumhead, Butler, Cabbage, Carlos, Casper, Cato, Chadwick, Chandler, Chauncey, Chester, Chicken, Comet, Cooper, Cornbread, Cricket, Crunchy, Curly, Curtis, Dallas, Derby, Dasher, Derek, Dewey, Disco, Dogboy, Dozer, Dreckley, Elwood, Fatty, Fearless, Fergus, Finley, Flapjack, Fonzie, Francis Fresco, Frostbite, Fuscus, Gary, Gavin, Geezer, Gipper, Gizmo, Gobble, Grimble, Guido, Gumby, Gustav, Haddock, Harold, Harvey, Hedwig, Herbie, Hobson, Hopscotch, Ian, Igor, Ivan, Jasper, Jelly, Jesus, Jimbo, Jojo, Jordach, Jumpy, Kirby, Larry, Lennox, Lewis, Liam, Linus, Magnus, Mandrake, Marvin, Maynard, Mickey, Monkey, Moses, Mustache, Nobby, Nomad, Norman, Novak, Nugget, Outlaw, Pablo, Papa, Pedro, Peppers, Pippin, Playboy, Quimby, Raffles, Rampage, Reggie, Ringo,
Not the song
Rolex,
anymore,
Sanchez,
yeah.
Sandstorm, Scooby,
Just
Skillet,
keeps going.
Sacco, Sooty, Sultan, Swayze, Taboo, Tarzan, Tito, Toaster, Tofu, Toothless, Vespa, Victor Webster, Whammo, Woody Wrangler, Yoda, Ziggy.
Mary Winston Jones could not have any children. When her puppy seed swam in, the Lord above just killed them.
Monka is... That's some dang shit there. That's some dang shit there. See, that's from the Binding of Isaac there, man. If you couldn't guess yet. So yeah. That one is already like in development forever, really. And still kind of not exactly, no idea what it's gonna be. But seems like it's gonna be dang though. Seems like it's gonna be dang at least. We'll see, I guess, we'll see. Oh, another dankness from each there. Grow Pompeii into prosperous city before Vesuvius erupts. Strategy city builder with cars and hexagonal tiles about developing a city next to Vesuvius, the volcano that ended ancient Pompeii. Made in the week for the Godot Wild Gem 79, the theme growing and the wild card one-handed, you only need one hand to play. Best played on desktop. Also have in the browser too. Very nice and free. By the looks of it. Cool, that's some cool stuff there. You can play right in the browser too. Got some keepers in there. Yeah, like it really works bad on the Chrome for some reason. Whatever. Yeah, but yeah, that one did seem really cool. Split Fiction breaks 3 Guinness World Records. Hazelight Studios title is the most played local co-op game on Steam, most sold local co-op game within 48 hours, and most sold local co-op game within 1 week of release. Insane. Well, I mean, it's not like there is a lot of competition there, but yeah, I would say that's quite based indeed. Farming them records there, dude. SAG-AFTRA issues new agreements to permit members to work with students and game jams. Our members want to participate in projects where the future of video games is being shaped. Children yearn for live service games. True. Yes, Dave, yeah, that is actually true. That is actually true. Considering you kind of sell 2 times less than the actual players. So now the union members can work on game jam projects, and the student projects, I guess, kind of for free or for exposure now. students currently taking video game courses at an accredited educational institution, recording a project entirely in the US, providing opportunity for students to work with SAG after performance to satisfy course requirements during game development. Help support game developers at all levels who want to work with union talent and who want to learn more about producing video games under union contract. Let's see. Imagine Friends. Death Stranding passes 20 million players, and Kojima Productions' first IP is steadily expanding across multiple platforms since its release in 2019. Dice, hello dice. Farming them copies. Crux Diaries RPG, a turn-based isometric non-linear EDC RPG inspired by the classics. Explore alternate history dystopian country on the brink of a civil war and leave your mark on its future. San Diego Gaming. The phones also. Yeah, that does look a very passion project there. I guess we'll see. Emote keep hello. AI used to create initial portraits of NPCs. And good Emote, how's life? Deep Fringia. Deep tactical RPG set in biopunk post-apocalyptic wasteland. Powerful factions and turn-based brutal battles, leveraging strategic use of an interactive environment, modify, destroy terrain, achieve tactical supremacy, craft legendary chapters with the level editor. See what I say, eh? Feel tired, man. Sunday, man. Rest, relax. The super spin there. So far so good, so far so good, eh? The interesting news. The Silk Song Doubters, dude. The Silk Song Doubters. Titanfall tops 1.5 million players, and Rebellion's survival game released on March 27th, most successful launch in developers' history. Well, it's the game passing, but I would say that's still really good, though. That's good. Game is nice. I finished it yesterday. Still kind of want to, at some point, check all the endings. At least, well, actually, I did unlock pretty much all of them. I did explore a whole bunch of shit, so I can do all of them, really. I think, well, at least most of them, I guess. But we'll see. Very nice. Has a lot of issues, too, though. Hello, MKHP, hello. How are you doing? Mostly the enemy spawn. It's just pain. But other than that, really good shit. Nintendo implements pre-order restrictions for Switch 2. Requirements include Nintendo Switch Online membership for at least 2 years continuously. Damn, son. Not bad. The radical measures of anti-scalping, I guess. Well, it's gonna be like the priority, I assume, right? First, it's gonna be like people who have the membership for like 2 years. Then it's gonna be people who have the membership for less time, you know, and just going down from there, I guess. So like the more hardcore fan of Nintendo you are, the higher your chances to get that Switch fast. And then it goes lower and lower and lower, down to the regular pleb who wants to get it, I guess. invite-only emails based on a certain set of criteria. Yeah, Nintendo UK, at least 2 years continuously Nintendo Switch Online membership. An active membership when the pre-order is placed. Nintendo US noted invites will be prioritized. Yes, prioritized. Those with a minimum of 12 months paid membership. Assiste USA. For family memberships, this applies to the person who purchased the membership. Other members are not eligible. Then, son. Pre-order selection will also be based on prioritizing those with more playtime on Nintendo Switch games. As well as players who opted to share usage information with Nintendo. Aha. You need to, you know, to offer your service to the corporate, man, to be eligible to buy their product, man. Otherwise, nah. Over time, selection criteria thresholds may be lowered, and more people could be invited to pre-order Nintendo Switch console. Insane. Inzoi reaches 1 million sales in the first week of early access. Damn Inzoi farming. Hope they will show them. Hope they will show them Sims, man. The cyberpunk future, yeah. Without any of the cool shit. True. And all I want to go back to like the KCD, you know. Past rather, I guess. To be honest, not gonna lie. Ubisoft Leamington has now closed. Small number of staff at Leamington Spa have been retained remotely. It begins already. It begins. The latest round of layoffs. 100 jobs lost across Ubisoft Leamington, Ubisoft Reflections and Newcastle. The reason given by Ubisoft was to prioritize projects and reduce costs that ensure long-term stability. Formerly known as Freestyle Games, responsible for the DJ Hero series before Ubisoft acquired in 2017, studios supported larger Ubisoft projects like Tom Clancy's The Division and Star Wars Outlaws over the past few years. Studio was working on an unannounced new IP before its closure, according to old job listings and social media posts. The Royal Leamington Spa, yeah. Sounds like vacation resort. I guess it kind of was, though. Just the whole place there. Probably. Nintendo Switch 2 pre-orders delayed in the US over Trump's tariffs. The June 5th release date is unchanged. So yeah, how much it will be there, I wonder now. Because yeah, Nintendo moved, I think, a whole bunch of production also to Vietnam. And Vietnam got hit by like some massive fucking tariffs, like 46% or something, right? But they're like negotiating already. So we'll see, I guess, what's gonna happen. But that sounds PP as shit, man. Probably still cheaper than Finland, they say. Oh yeah, it's a time for my favorite website there. Developers say Nintendo Switch 2 dev kits don't have a 4K output. Damn, Steve knows. They fixed their odds, I wonder here. It just shows like the smaller odds here. Yeah, it doesn't show the big ones anymore, so I'm not sure if they actually fixed the odds or not. But yeah, it actually kind of like blocks the text quite often. So yeah, we're gonna use a little bit of the magic there. Of the magic. A little bit. Just to fix it. One moment. Where is it? Oh, whoop. One moment. There we go. There we go. Say nods. Now we can use the glorious surf shark here. Ah, okay, fine. 1 second. Need to log into this one. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. The log into this. Hurry. Why? Oh boy. Authenticated successfully. Well, that fast even. I just updated the stuff so it gives me all the rundown on what they did. What did they do there? Are we good? Are we good there? Huh? It was actually before I even like started today. No, it should be. No, it should be. Oh yeah, nice odds there. But now we can do this. And is good. Now turn on and refresh. Whoop. Now there is no odds. And now there is none. And nothing is interrupting anything. And none of the text. So this how we can get that going. Yeah, this is the side feature of the Surfshark VPN. This is my sponsor, by the way. Hashtag odd. You can get yourself that too. You can get yourself that too. You can get yourself that too with the link that the bot posted. And the Steve did the command. Get the 4 bonds bonus. Slavic already got some actually. And Slavic is here, can give the review maybe. Slavic already got some VPN and go in there. So hopefully that does work smooth there. I just got the €100 randomly added to the Switch price there. Happy tax for living in the world's happiest country, yeah. Oh, it's working. Oh, there it is. Slavic already been perusing the Surfshark services. There it is. I got the actual user there too. Feels good, man. Feels good, man. Despite the claims of 4K support, however, there is some question as to whether that's accurate based on what was said during the Game Developers Conference in San Francisco earlier this month. Heard from one developer, GDC, and also heard it separately in an email, but the dev kits, or some of the dev kits, don't have a 4K output. Should be emphasized that the lack of 4K output on the dev kit doesn't automatically mean that the system won't support it. Console development kits don't often fully match the specs of the final system. What exactly would be the 4K like output really though? Like it ain't the special port or something. Like, is it just kind of like hard locked to not go over like the 1080 resolution really or something then? Basically, I would assume. Which I mean, on dev kit, I guess. They should probably have like the dev kit so they can test, you know, higher resolutions. But I wouldn't really be surprised if like the 4K basically will be mostly on their first-party titles. Not even because they want to lock it for first-party titles, but mostly because first-party titles will be optimized for this specific console. And for everything else, they will be happy if it will be fucking running in 1080, you know, so they probably don't want to have 4K there even. Assim o que PSC. Riot is reportedly filming a live-action League of Legends series in Vietnam. Damn, son. Finalizing shoot allocations that will bring one of the game's iconic regions to life. The Pirate Haven of Bilgewater. Right representatives that met with Vietnam's Minister of Culture, Sports and Tourism. Damn, son, going ham there. Oh, the Surfshark, yeah, Surfshark has like a lot of payment methods. Yeah, you can even use the crypto. So if your like payment methods are not working or something, which is for example back home, a lot of people struggle with that. You can use the crypto payment, yeah, for Surfshark too. Or if you don't want, if you want to stay, you know, anonymous and stuff, yeah, you can use crypto for that. And get yourself a VPN. And keep things anonymous. That is good. That is good. The long-time executive producer for shows like Last of Us, Altered Carbon. Riot Studios surveyed many other countries in Asia, including Japan, Korea, Thailand, but found Vietnam to be the most suitable. Interesting. Yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Can't say I'm like super interested really though. Star Citizen's $10 million pledge haul in March caps off at first quarter a year-on-year funding increase for 2025. Damn, they keep farming. Yet again, the unfinished alpha spaceship sandbox Star Citizen continues to break crowdfunding records despite its long years in early development. CIG's sci-fi magnum opus had productive March in terms of funds raised as it saw $10 million in pledge increases. The month's high watermark continues an overall upward trending earnings streak of the game in the first quarter of this year, with a 40% increase in pledge dollars earned from the same time last year and 31% increase from the previous 3 years. According to some napkin math by fellow blogger Nosy Gamer, game has also seen an increase in new accounts created by about 5% during the first quarter as well, though Noisy once again suggests that sales highs and new accounts highs don't necessarily correlate to each other. The marketing team is concentrating on sales to long-term players with a proven track record of spending a lot of money, aka whales, he writes. Then, like, dude, I can see, like, it's still kind of the PPG, but like I can see people like whaling in something that is like, you know, like out already and like working, right? Like, why? Who the fuck whales in something that is not even out, man? Like, dude, come on. What is this even? The fact that Star Citizen's seen earlier crowdfunding total of over $800 million has once again caused player discussion to bubble forth as players grumble about negative press coverage, while others point out that raised concern among watchers of the project and paying fans should not be silenced. Some of the discussion on the official forums, meanwhile, raises concerns about perceived lack of transparency or worries about a possible shift for the quantum background simulation, which is renamed to StarSim and projected to launch as part of 1.0. CLSA. Now, some people do be playing though. Like IntoDev, for example, already had like a while ago, like a couple of thousand hours in Star Citizen, so you can actually play that stuff. Like, it already exists, right? You can kind of like play that. It works somewhat, at least. But like whaling into that, like, dude, why? The CLSC. enough that you can actually use what you bought for the most kit. I mean, true, yeah, I guess they can fly that ship, and that's why they kind of keep buying them already. Like, if you already can fly that and be inside the ship, that already for some people is enough. Aiden Ross is back on Twitch and has secured 56,000 followers in 12 hours. Like, I don't know what Twitch is doing nowadays. Suspended in 2023 for failing to control offensive content on his channel and in his chat, and relocated to Kick to become one of the biggest faces of the platform. This Twitch CEO Dan Clancy suggested he'd be open to chatting with him to see if he truly changed. Still haven't streamed. Yeah, I wonder how long until the new banner or something. They changed it for real. Oh yeah. The like, how do you not know, Rare? That's the streamer who had Donald Trump on his channel there. That's the one. That's the one. Stuff itself doesn't know what Twitch is doing. Like I read like some some people kind of like theory crafting and stuff that like how much would the like his return actually made for Twitch? Is it actually that much of a money maker? And like kind of not really is. Kind of isn't really, dude. Huh? Like it ain't anything crazy. Not to mention like a lot of audience already split with other streamers from that kind of content creator like corner, I guess, of the platform. So it's not like it's like going to bring a lot of new people or like a lot of money. It will bring brand risks though, because dude is kind of like doing some interesting collabs, I guess. Like here, like I think Andrew Tate on one of his like shows as a host or something that he paid like $1 or $2 or something to be a host on his show and stuff. And I mean Trump on stream, which I mean that's the president of the United States of America, so I guess that's what Twitch is good, But also like a bunch of in general like interesting things and views and community people, I guess. So wonder what's gonna happen. Like they had like recently like some unbans of like some people who were banned for like some interesting things, and then a lot of them were kind of banned right after, like really quick. So I don't know, man. Maybe they just got like some sort of fucking AI bot or something that started like like going through some appeals and some other things and just like automatically like unbanning some people, and then after some time when like the shit starts, they're like, oh shit, like ban them back again, dude. The fuck is this? What's happening? Kinda doubt it, but I mean, you would never know. You never know. Maybe they do want to go like some sort of like Mega Moss unban, especially considering how like the meta, I guess, IRL is changing in terms of narrative. Maybe they want to kind of like get a lot of people back, or get the second chances to people or something. I don't know. Which I mean, we'll see. I guess was 2 years, so even though we'll see. Jason Momoa promotes Minecraft movie by saying he doesn't let his kids play video games. Damn son. Told journalists that he doesn't let his kids play video games or have phones. Fascinating details. Interview deadline, Momoa was asked if his children play video games, and the actor answered frankly, "We don't have a TV. My son doesn't even have a phone. He's 16 and doesn't have a phone. We're different, dude. Sorry, man." Actor explained that his son can have a phone when he turns 18 and explore the world after that. Momoa justified the decision by saying he wants his kids to use their creativity in a different way. He also adds that he didn't grow up with a phone and everyone was doing just fine without them. I mean, on one hand, I would kind of say based. Like, not completely false there, right? Like, grew up without the phone and it was just fine indeed. And it kind of not a bad approach, I would say. like until 18, just, you know, kind of less exposure to like social media, a bunch of other things. Not bad, but there is one thing which maybe doesn't really like, you know, affect like someone like him, right? Because it's probably some like, you know, fancy school or something like that, I bet, right? Like some like like the special treatment, I guess, let's put it that way, right? Like privileges and stuff. If you like the regular parent with regular kids in regular country and place, right? And your kid is going to the school and they don't have a phone and stuff, I think they're gonna be fucking bullied and shit. Worst case. Best case, they will be just kind of going home like, Mom, why is the mom, Dad, why is everyone having like phones and like playing them games and stuff and I don't have any? Are we like poor or something like that, you know? And you basically just kind of like, in a way, will need to just like, you just kind of like need your kids to kind of like fit in with, you know, like what's happening around. It's just inevitable. It's like when I was in the school, for example, right? Like everyone was like wearing those like white jeans and stuff. And like everyone wants to have white jeans because you want to kind of be like everyone. You don't want to kind of like, you know, be kind of like some sort of like pleb there, you know. You want to kind of follow the trends, follow the fashion and stuff. You want to do what others do. Like people, you know, like watching people watching MTV and shit, you know, you're gonna watch MTV, people listening to that stuff, you listen to that stuff, watching the movies, shows, you watch movies and shows, like everyone just like, if you fall out of that, you just kind of become, you know, like ostracized and become kind of like, you know, maybe not bullied, but kind of just like, oh, is this like weirder there, you know. Video. Pretty lazy approach too. Yeah, that is also true. I agree. Hey, Janice. Making the tech illiterates and tech dominated world. Then, I mean, I like the best way. Yeah, the best way is still to kind of moderate what your kids are exposed to. That is true. They're kind of from that's exactly what I'm talking about, Portable. Like average person, average parents, you know, in like you put your kid is in the class, right? And like other parents might also go to teachers like, you know, this kid is kind of like weird, like what's with his parents, you know, they don't give him like the phone and everything or something like that. It's just kind of like not really that realistic in average situations, even that approach, and not really that realistic. Like, if anything, I do agree you do need to limit. I mean, we did have a PC and stuff back then already, right? Like, and, you know, I mean, yeah, sure, like, I'm maybe not the best example. I'm now, you know, like, sitting on the internet just, like, talking to the camera, you know, basically. To a bunch of fellow nerds who just sit here on, like, the Sunday day evening, you know, like, in front of the PC. So maybe not the best example. I don't know. Maybe I don't have the higher road there to ride, right? But I think you know, it was a kind of alright for me. PC was limited and stuff. Like, sure, you did all the homework and stuff. Yeah, fine. Here's your PC. I still was outside though a bunch. Not gonna lie. No, to be honest, that was because I wanted to. Like, I could just sit home and play. Like my mom told me, like, you know, like I had a brother also who is like 11 years younger than me, and my mom told me like, dude, like we had the issues, like, you know, like I wanted you to stay home more. I didn't like, I wanted you to be outside less, and with him, I want him to be outside more, you know. So it was kind of like two different extremes there. Can afford all the ways of entertainment for the kid then. But I mean, it is kind of a good point though about like the tech literacy and stuff, right? And like being used to kind of technology. Like you do need to moderate stuff though, 100%, because there is a lot of like things like back then, like, you know, the worst things we did is probably like watching some porn online. All right, fine. Yeah, I can't really think about anything like, you know, malicious, anything risky, anything like bad that we did really online, that we could even be exposed online much, to be honest. Like, there was no, like, pretty much online games yet. They were just starting, sorta, right? And I mean, I was playing them from the beginning, and don't think I was exposed to anything bad there, to be honest. And not gonna lie, that wasn't too bad, huh? That wasn't too bad, huh? Parenting, the moderation is a job. Sorta, yeah. True, true. Ignoring social structures is, in my opinion, is the main issue here. Like, it's actually not a bad in general thing to just kind of like limit to some extent. Maybe not fully, but to limit exposure to like all those things, just because it's like the cheap fucking dopamine and stuff, and I don't know how much it's gonna fry you if you start doing it like very early without any limitations. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert in that, right? But I bet, like, considering how it fries, like, the dopamine receptors in grown-ups, like in us and me, for example, right? Like, I could see that, like, back then it probably even worse if you start exposing that early. So maybe it's kind of not a bad idea to kind of limit those things, huh? But you do, yeah, need to limit it, probably not fully. Everything in moderation there. Do whatever you want if it's good is another question. I mean, true. 3D is good now. Well, first of all, what really is good nowadays? Second of all, you know, we ain't experts, right? Let's be real. I don't know. Maybe like some, you know, like consultations with like some parenting experts and stuff, and they said it's kind of like a good thing to do. Maybe they like in the school where everyone is like that, you know, they just kind of like fucking play ball outside, you know, and just kind of like chill. Play some other games, you know, active outside on the street. If that's the case, I mean, I guess not too bad. Not too bad. Because, like, in terms of tech literacy and stuff, I'll give you another counterpoint. Like, I have, like, for example, my sister who, like, lives without leaving her phone ever. And in terms of, like, anything tech, she's absolutely zero. Like, nothing. Like, there's no tech literacy whatsoever. Like things she knows is basically social media, TikTok, and that's it. Like, that tech she knows. Does that actually adds tech literacy to her, like, you know, knowledge and stuff? I don't think so. Because, like, she asks some, like, very basic questions sometimes and asks help with some really basic things. So I don't think it's exactly gonna bring you tech literacy if you just gonna, like, you know, like, consume brain rot on TikTok all day, every day. Doubt it's gonna make you more tech literate. So it is also kind of like just letting them use it is also not really that big of a, you know, solution. It should be something more complicated there. I would say. The PC folder structure works and stuff. Yeah, like, it's just different also time. Like, back then we had the PC, like, you had the PC back then, you kind of like, you needed to, like, know how this shit works to some extent. You needed to, like, learn how to dig into that thing. It wasn't some sort of, like, you know, like, magical box that you have no idea how it works. So you kind of, like, it was necessary. Not to mention, like, you know, where I lived, in what situation and what country, and, like, in what, like, you know, personal kind of situation I lived, and we were, like, you know, buying the only discs you could buy with games and stuff were pirated ones, and you needed also to kind of like deal a lot of shit to just make some of those things run and stuff, you know. And a bunch of other things we needed to do and to go through. Like, yeah, we kind of did. That was a little bit of the tech literacy, a little bit. And like a lot of people even, like, you know, like from my like people my age, for example, right, like, who are not in IT, for example, right? Like, I have a friend who is a chef, right, and he got his first PC when he was already like almost 20 or something, and he can still do like some basic things, you know, like reinstall Windows and things like this. He still kind of can. First, when he just got it, he was also like, oh bro, I'm not touching this like without you guys. You just come visit and like sort it out. And we did it. At some point he already could do all this shit himself, basically. Explain things. No one wants to. No one wants to. To be like, I don't know, man. Like remembering, for example, how I was growing up, right? I was kind of like on my own. Like mom was like working 2 jobs. They were divorced with my dad. She was like working 2 jobs and looking, for, new family sort of, because kind of like don't want to be single and stuff. I was with her, like, so I was seeing my dad like on the weekends only, and I mean he's also was like building a new family and stuff, right, and working and shit. So I was just kind of like on my own, kindergarten, school, and outside on the street. So like a lot of like my schooling in life was kind of from like other kids and stuff and interaction like that too. So it wasn't exactly, like didn't have things explained to me, I guess, let's put it that way, in many cases. Kind of just like figuring out myself a lot, and through, like the communication with like other, kids and everything. That's how we learned a lot of things, basically. And then when like my brother, for example, again 11 years later, right, was growing up, and like already mom had another husband and stuff, right, family already was like proper family and everything, not working 2 jobs, more spare time. And my brother growing up was basically just, like him like sitting in this kind of like, how you call like in English, like in this like area, basically kind of like walled off from the rest of the room with a bunch of toys. And they're just kind of like VHS even back then, not even like DVD or something. DVD kind of later already. The VHS with like Star Wars, with cartoons, with a whole bunch of stuff that was just like literally going on the non-stop. Kind of like, I guess nowadays it just got replaced with like, the iPad parenting, with just like, here, take this iPad and that's it. Kids entertained for, the rest of their life already, I guess. Kind of like that, just on the TV. It's just like, just roll the movie. Like the Star Wars prequels, I know by heart, basically, at this point, because I was sitting in the same fucking room doing my homework and stuff, and in the background there was like, like Phantom Menace or something just going on, like on the loop, for the whole day and stuff. And I was just like sitting there, and I heard all of this. I seen some of this already. I wasn't even like turning around already, because I could guess just by the sound how it is, what's happening on the screen. And he was just like watching that all the time. Like, why were like bothering with something? Just, TV and Game Boy. You got Game Boy later, actually, and PSP also, and Vita actually too. He had all of them. So I guess it's kind of like the problem now already is that the interpersonal like communication between kids is less, though, even though they do kind of online. Like they still do, like parents leaving every weekend. Every weekend, parents leaving. But for me, that was a holiday. Like parents leaving, boys, get your ass here. And we like, like playing fucking Xbox and stuff that my friend brings already. Like, well, I mean, it was already like, I was like 14, 15. We already got bringing beer and everything, Nice, amazing, like socializing. Like, when like in his case, parents leaving every weekend, like nothing happens. He just like sits and plays video games basically all day with his friends on well, like TeamSpeak, Skype, Discord, whatever was like a thing already. And it still kind of goes like that. Like he even lives alone in my apartment now, and I don't even know that I gather that often, But they still at least communicate. So I guess that's also kind of like you can learn that way. But like I guess when we were like outside learning all those things, it was a little more effective, huh? Sorta. But yeah, a lot of lazy parenting. I do think so. I kind of see like two opposites usually. It's either like very lazy, or it's kind of like restricted like this. Or like in case of my sister, for example, like her mom was kind of like projecting some of her like childhood, things into my sister. So like she wanted back in the day to do like some martial arts, like karate and stuff. So she sent my sister, her daughter, to karate, which she didn't want to, but she sent her. And they only stopped when she was this basically, like when my grandma intervened, because she was like picking her up from this karate like session, and she was like crying because like she got beaten like really hard there, and she doesn't like fighting, she doesn't want fighting. But her mom wanted her, so she was silent and just going there, getting beaten and stuff on the karate lessons, and they just like eating it because her mom wants her to do what her mom couldn't do, like this kind of stuff. That kind of stuff. So like, guess in general, the conclusion is the parenting is fucking hard, man. Don't go in there if you are not really prepared for that shit. Let's put it that way. I don't know about this case though. Seems kind of a bit maybe too radical though. Even though I kind of see the rational seed there, but I also see that anyone that is not like in some sort of like, you know, privileged position with like having some sort of like mega schooling and stuff, they probably gonna suffer because like if your kid is not doing what other kids do, they're gonna be bullied and shit. Or they're gonna be like the pariahs and everything, most likely. Most likely. I get the stuff there in some bumfuck nowhere for reasonable prices. I mean, I would be kind of contemplating. If and when I'm returning, I probably would be contemplating that stuff there. No? Metal Gear Solid Delta will feature that creepy loot mode that few people knew about. There it is. Coomers rejoice, man. Coomers rejoice. Yeah, the Peep Demo Theater. Interactive feature-length cutscene between Naked Snake and Eva behind the waterfall allows players to manipulate the camera at will, focusing on Eva's breasts, butt, and body in general. The loot gimmick and its back in Metal Gear Solid Delta. Well, I mean, true to release, I guess. Yeah, recent filing from ESRB. Peep the material allowing players to view cutscenes of a female character's body from first-person perspective. Conquest for many to see how the new high-resolution model of Eva looks in the Peep Demo Theater. There it is, man. There it is, dude. And then imagine the mods and everything on top of that. The Coomer's eating good, man. Coomer's eating good. Ubisoft stock falls double digits days after 10-cent deal. I mean, I ain't surprised because, like, why people would invest in the company that actually just, like, you know, pretty much just remove all the actually successful things into some sub-company. Like, I would invest in that instead then. Fully erased 11% gain to the company saw in stock prices on Friday, less than a day after it was announced. Asus seemingly teases Project Canon Xbox handheld ahead of reveal. The Xbox handheld's going in. Third-party device that will include Xbox branding. Huh, so the Microsoft is not actually even like doing their own handheld then. Systems won't play Xbox game as it will be a tried and true Windows PC in essence. Instead it will be act like the current ROG Ally while featuring Xbox guide button and more prominent grips. We'll see, we'll see. Palworld's CEO came under attack in Japan every day following game's release. Among case, death threats and stuff. Could be what could be. A lot of very upsetting moments in those first couple of months, not just the accusation stuff, but the death threats and stuff like this. Can't remember exactly how many times now, but 2 or 3 times we really tried to push back on the AI stuff specifically, and it was just fueling this fire. The company CEO Takuro Mizobe wasn't safe from the online tirades. Our CEO was under attack in Japan like every day. Japanese media was on every tweet he's ever made, and we just all kind of fed up is the wrong word, but we were all just all so tired of it. For a couple of months, we went quiet. I wanted to club back, but decided just to remain quiet. Maybe that was actually a good decision in the end, though. Just keep quiet, make it like, you know, like that's kind of No Man's Sky did also. They just like, you know, didn't even say anything. They were just working on their shit, and I mean, look where it got them. In the case of Pal World, it was also just from some PPGs pretty much, because game wasn't bad or anything, didn't break any promises or something, so just your average PPG there. Assassin's Creed Shadows is one of the 2025's best-selling games so far. First quarter of 2025, complete early sales success of Assassin's Creed Shadows has been reflected in the sales data. High will the game climb at the sales rankings before the rest of the 2025 release calendar knocks in back down a peg. Alright, Shadows already ranks among the top 5 of best-selling games year to date. Among the top 5 of games sold since the start of 2025 are Monster Hunter Wilds, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Civilization 7 according to February data. In addition to its top 5 placing for the year so far, Assassin's Creed Shadow also has the second highest week 1 dollar sales of any 2025 game, behind only Monster Hunter Wilds. According to Ubisoft themselves, Assassin's Creed Shadow reached 3 million players in its first 7 days after launch and had the second highest day 1 sales revenue figure in the franchise's history. Such stacked schedule of game releases planned for 2025, including potentially industry and calendar-altering GTA 6, seems unlikely that Assassin's Creed Shadows will permanently stay in the year top 5. Well, I mean, that's still a good result though, considering people were expecting it gonna completely flop and stuff. You know, when you're like in the sales for the since the beginning of the year, you're only behind Monster Hunter Wilds and ahead of KCD and Civilization 7, that does seem kinda good. Does seem kinda good. At 7 or 10% there actually for Mortgage Slavic. Oh damn, you have like good numbers there. Like the calculations for Mortgage back home right now are ridiculous, man. Like it's dude, it's unreal. It's unreal. Just don't even try. True, Quack, true. Exclusive Ubisoft's plan for the Ubisoft Tencent subsidiary detailed in internal memo. Alright, so where's the memo? There it is. By now you have seen the message from Eve about the decision to create new subsidiary encompasses 3 biggest Ubisoft brands, Rainbow Six, Assassin's Creed and Far Cry. Starting at 120k, yeah, that's actually, that is even kind of like okay. Like, I see numbers that are, like, ridiculous there. Ridiculous. Like, it's like 3, 4, 5 times more than, like, renting the same apartment. It's insane. Like, interest is crazy. A new entity will remain part of Ubisoft family, will continue to be operated by us, with Tencent being a minority shareholder. This important decision is a key turning point for us after the last few difficult years and is an opportunity for Ubisoft to rebuild stronger than ever. What will this mean for us in Zone 1? Certainly we can expect some major changes in terms of structure and organization, since these 3 brands compose a significant part of Zone 1's population. For now, that we can say is that once the agreement is finalized and confirmed by legal authorities, our Quebec, Saguenay and Sherbrooke studios will move entirely to the new entity. while our Montreal project teams will be spread between the new entity and the current Ubisoft organization. Studios in Toronto, Winnipeg, as well as Red Storm and Blue Mammoth will continue evolving in the current organization. Still very early in the process, and I know you must have many questions, but the short answer to the what's next question is we need to take the time to figure this out, and to the next months will be dedicated to determining the transition plan. Step 1 was this announcement where we shared the decision and kicked off planning phase. Step 2 will be from now until this summer, where we will work out how to support new entity with the existing organization and determine what the new model looks like on both sides. There will be a variety of guided consultations and discussions over the next few months, and your leaders will be involved as we take this opportunity to set Ubisoft and the new entity for success. Step 3 will be implementation of the new model, with a longer period to complete the transition. Of course, there are many things that have not been determined yet, such as who and how we will manage the new entity, what will happen to the structure we have created around the zone, what will be the impact on the studios, and more. There are many things that will only be defined during the planning process over the next few months. I can assure you that Ubisoft will continue to be a world-class creator of video games, and your great ideas and energy will always be a critical part of our success. Sure, you have many questions for which we have no answers yet. Your MDs have also been just recently briefed of this announcement, and like me, don't have any more information than I do. However, as always, we will try to keep you updated on our progress. Thank you for patience. All right. So they still be keeping things. It doesn't really provide like that much detail in how it's gonna work, but I guess. So they're still there. Still part of the Ubisoft then. Titanfall is Rebellion's most successful launch ever. 1.5 million players actually already. And 1 million over the launch weekend. Very nice, very nice. Finished it yesterday. 6 million Call of Duty players bought Helldivers 2 and the devs didn't know how to respond. Influx of unintended players. How did they figure out that they are Call of Duty players though? How did that happen? The audience that gravitated towards Helldivers 2. Can't say for sure where he got his numbers from. Alright. Did not make Helldivers for 6 million Call of Duty players. We absolutely didn't. But 6 million Call of Duty players bought our game. And they are interested in different things compared to, say, the audience that comes from Escape from Tarkov or Arma, which were some of our more influential games. The Summer of Pain, or whatever we want to call it, was painful in part because it was hard for us to reconcile how to stay true to the studio fundamentals while dealing with the business realities of having so many different voices screaming at us. 6 million players yell Gamer Awards. Could be. Yeah, but they did some sort of like surveys or anything. I don't know. Maybe just kind of like, you know... Just a figure of speech, basically, there. It was like the general number or something of players. It probably was more, way more. Starbreeze has a new CEO who comes from Electronic Arts. Not sure if it's really that good of a thing. Christensen revealed his intentions to turn Starbreeze into a multi-title studio. Join Starbreeze a great enthusiasm for the company's current and future projects, not the least the upcoming Dungeons & Dragons title. I look forward to continuing the work on of expanding the Payday franchise further and building Starbreeze into a true multi-title studio. Most of all, look forward to working closely with our talented teams and engaging with our passionate player community as we build the next chapter of Starbreeze together. It's impressive how they're still going, man. Considering they were like in massive fucking depth and everything. Exclusive GTA 6 to release on Xbox 360 with limited throwback edition. That's some insane marketing there, dude. The fuck? Statement secured earlier today from Rockstar Games representative who gave their name as Don't Believe It. I see. It was confirmed exclusively to Insider Gaming. Yeah, the art up April Fool. I mean, it could be. It could be. It could be, actually, yeah. It could be, actually. And they don't believe it. I see how it is, huh? The light version. Slimmed down version of GTA 6 for the special price of $200. Yeah, I see. April 1st then. I mean, that actually could be kind of interesting, like, thing to make some sort of, like, you know, actually 360 I guess is kind of like 2 pp again, but if it would be like on previous gen, you know, PS4 and stuff, and they would make some sort of like little edition there, kind of like a tease for 6 to you know, whenever people get the better console and stuff, that could be kind of an interesting marketing thing. To be honest, and for collectors and everything too, I guess. True, Rev, true. Gamescom expands partnership with City of Köln. There it is, what is gonna be there. Köln and Gamescom are the perfect match. Partnership has proven to be a success story year after year. Together we have made Gamescom the world's largest and most relevant games event while continuously setting new records. A long-term contract extension is an expression of this successful cooperation. So they're basically staying there, alright. Expand Gamescom and Köln together with the satellite events Gamescom Asia and Gamescom Latam, as well as DevCom and Gamescom LAN, and to make it a festival for a wide variety of pop cultures around the world. I'm gonna visit this one this year, even though I really do want to at some point. But maybe I will be on the Asian one in Thailand then, in the middle of October, so maybe we'll already move by that time. It would be nice. And not all Nintendo Switch 2 games include game on cartridge, despite prices of up to $90. The future is here, man. The game key cards are different from regular game cards because they don't contain the full game data. Instead, the game key card is your key to downloading the full game to your system via the internet. So I guess that's why they announced all this, like the digital card whatever thing. So instead of, like, you know, like saying that you pretty much just downloading the game, they gonna create this like weird, you know, like term of like this like digital card that you activate with the key. Switch 2 exclusive The Dusk Bloods will feature 8-player PvPv multiplayer gameplay. There's like more details, I think, on the Miyazaki's one later that we already kind of know from earlier today. Second, the soundtrack. This one. Nintendo Switch 2, Nintendo Direct, everything announced. Not just gonna kind of roll through it a little bit because we watched this together, so whatever. June 5th for $450. Everything announced. Mario Kart World. The C is for chatting, the social thingy. The social button. Then the Switch 2 game share. So this is the sharing the games, play select games together without need for multiple copies. Nintendo Switch 2 features 4K HDR, 120 FPS. Joy-Cons can be used as mice, multiple USB-C ports, and more. Nintendo Switch 2 launched on June 5th. Enhanced games that you need to pay to play, basically, for the upgraded ones. Say what they are, but yeah, it should be saying, yeah, that there is no like actual card in, so it's not like hidden really. It's not really hidden, but yeah, I mean, it's already like on some other consoles and PC even too sometimes, but yeah. Like in this case, you also pay more though. Like it's not like, you know, the same price as the digital. It's you pay more, but you get kind of like just the key. So what's the point then? And more third-party games. GameCube games only with subscription. 2K games makes its presence. The Borderlands and stuff and Siva. Cyberpunk 2077. Silk Song, there it is, supposedly 2025. Dusk Bloods from Software Kirby Writers. Donkey Kong, Bonanza. Yeah, we'll watch this together, so like kind of no point going through all of this. Whole cartridge basically with no data, just the key, yeah. Oblivion Remake could be released tomorrow, it is claimed. This article makes sense in every day, looks like, too. Update it again. Update 4th of April wasn't released, but read on to find out how it still might be. Update 5th April, it still hasn't been released, but an update has been made to Oblivion's Game of the Year edition on Steam, with Bethesda Game Studios having removed all trailers related to the game. That's a common step before remaster or remake is revealed and the trailers replaced. Update 6th of April. Insider who made the original claim has owned an initial timeline slip, claiming that multiple sources have now corroborated release window starting the week of April 21st. There, okay, so it's not going to be like passing every day. They got a bit of a break there, right? Has been claimed the Oblivion remake will be released after ESO anniversary event ends. They're highly confident about this claim. Well, I mean, it should already happen at some point. So, you know, like if you keep, you know, like pointing, you're gonna like actually like point precisely at some point, you know, at something. Yeah, it would be nice if it would be earlier than 21st. True. A Motorsport game stock falls below a $1 as questions mount. Officially the penny stock. And how is that? It's the NASCAR and stuff. Company lost both IndyCar and NASCAR licenses and currently only develops one game, Le Mans Ultimate. Le Mans, Yeah, not even like who? There's no, you know, NASCAR though, at least. So if you that's what happens, I guess, when you only like have the kind of like some sort of fame based on like the franchises of some third-party things, you know. Amazon put an offer to acquire the entire TikTok platform. Nobody appears to be taking the offer seriously, though. Alright. Wonder where that fiesta will go. Bobby Kotick and owners of Kick.com. Damn, Kick buying TikTok. That will be a twist, man. And Nintendo Switch 2 was almost named Super Nintendo Switch. I mean, that would be kind of more in line with Nintendo naming, you know. Probably. A lot of ideas for the name, and we really struggled to find the right one. I even considered ideas like Super Nintendo Switch. However, Super NES, which came out after the NES, couldn't play NES games, since Switch 2 can play Switch games. Didn't feel right to use the same naming convention as Super NES. Switch 2 is a new system with improved performance, but would like players who get their hands on it not to focus on the specs, but rather to think of it as the latest system developed by Nintendo. So in the hope that it will become new standard for Nintendo Switch, we named it Nintendo Switch 2. Hey Toast, hello. The Switch U, yeah. The Svi. True. A Battlefield 6 free-to-play Battle Royale game mode has been data mined. So they're going this way too. They're gonna get their own war zone there. A lot of traditional features that you'd come to expect from Battle Royale. Solo, duo, trio, squad matches, armor system call-ins, loot rarity, update kits and weapons, and shrinking zone. Free-to-play component, which is understood to be the core Battle Royale experience. Gauntlet, another mode that Insider Gaming reported on in the past, was also mentioned and referred to in some of the game files. True, Genius, true. Playing BR for a while, yeah. Well, I mean, didn't they have like Battlefield 5 or something with BR, right? GTA 5 is coming to Xbox and PC Game Pass later this month. Oh damn, another instance of GTA 5. Huh? The game is returning to Xbox Game Pass. For anyone who still doesn't have GTA 5, there it is, man. Investors demand Ubisoft to renegotiate Tencent subsidiary deal and initiate legal proceedings. I bet it's the same investors as last night. Yeah, AJ Investments, alright, it's the same stuff. same guys with like 2 or 3 previous articles who were also like posting some Pipiega stuff, and they own like, you know, like, I don't know, like 3% of it or something. But they constantly like get like some, they like giving interviews basically, and I guess people like talking about Ubisoft, so they find each other. They find each other. Demands that shareholders can vote on 2 separate resolutions when it comes to the Tencent deal. Resolution 1 to renegotiate Tencent deal and have it restructured into direct asset sale for no less than 4 billion euro, which is roughly the valuation already accepted by both Tencent and Ubisoft's board. At moment, shareholders have no clarity how the deal that was announced last week will eventually benefit shareholders of Ubisoft. That is kind of true, though. Like, you invested in the company, and company just kind of like, you know, cut the chunk out of itself and just like, you know, made it separate, and all the valuable stuff is in that chunk, and you kind of like, what did I invest? Like, can it happen at some point that like it all kind of just completely disappears? And so you have like Ubisoft stock, and Ubisoft has like what, dead body of Rayman, you know, dead body of like the Might and Magic, you know, like all the dead bodies pretty much, and anything that is actually making money is like completely different company, and Tencent fucking owns it already or something. And all you stock that you own is like nothing now. Like, what is this shit? Like, how is that even a thing, man? Resolution 2 for the EGM would be to vote on a distribution of extraordinary dividend. It is said that following the sale, if shareholders vote for it, Ubisoft shall return 23 euro per share in cash to shareholders, totaling 3 billion while preserving. So like, they basically did all this like, you know, stunt just to earn 1 billion. And as a result of that, they need to pay 3 billion to shareholders. Like, what was the, where's the math and what is the point? Like, these guys are trolling or something, I guess, again, I don't know. Sure, we won 1 billion, just gonna distribute 3 billion to the shareholders, you know, because, yeah, we totally didn't need those money anyway. Cyberpunk 2077 on Nintendo Switch 2 runs at 40 FPS, costs $70. And that's probably why there is no 4K output, you know, on the dev kits, because, yeah, like why, if it runs at 40 FPS? I assume it's also like on 1080 or something, doesn't say anything resolution, right? Game will be distributed on 64GB game card containing game and expansion, and no download required, as well as via digital download from Nintendo eShop. It's according to studio's vice president, by the way, too. Where did they find about 40 FPS, though? I doubt the president said that. Alright, sure. So, not sure where they got 40 FPS part, though, but I guess we'll see. Don't see the source on that there. Nintendo Switch 2 livestream comments are 99% spam of drop the price. There it is. 121,000 people currently watching live stream on the official Nintendo America YouTube channel, with many voicing their frustration about the console game prices. 99% of the comments on the stream, and the few comments here and there giving us an actual stream. Raise the price. Damn, son, there it is. There it is. The one. I wouldn't say 99%, but I mean, kinda. A Nintendo Switch has 10x the graphics performance of the original, NVIDIA says. Well, that's probably DLSS Fiesta there. Yep, DLSS looks like. The post goes over how Tensor cores will help improve AI-powered graphics, while adding that RT cores will enhance in-game realism with dynamic lighting and natural reflections. I wonder which games will actually have on Switch 2 all that. Variable refresh rate and G-Sync for the console screen result in ultra-smooth tear-free gameplay. True save true. 10x the performance. Yeah, I assume that will be with the only DLSS there. Last of Us Part 2 on PC struggles to beat PS4 performance in some ways. They have another quality port there. Digital Foundry. Should be looking at a GPU that is around 3.5 times more performant in compute, even at a non-boosted clock, yet the RTX 3060 cannot fully double the PS4 performance in this game at the closest equivalent settings. It's a very large outlier in our history of examining PC ports. Whether or not that's justified is up to the jury, but that means you as a user will have to adjust your expectations accordingly. You really don't want to drop below those PS4 settings as I see it, as you're getting a visual experience worse than 12-year-old console at that point. Stuttering and frame rate drops were fairly common. At one point they revealed that the game would lock up without any prior warning before leaping back into life few seconds later. Detected issues with shadows popping in at odd times, even on maxed out settings. Didn't add any bugs that deletes part of your save. Monka is. Wait, did that happen? Far Cry 4 censorship patch silently removes nudity 10 years after launch. Damn, son. The silent patch. Obscuring the breasts. Wearing a bra-like garment that effectively covers her up. Update, boobs are back! Ubisoft since replied to Insider Gaming on X with the following. To clarify, the update was the result of a mistake during development. Content intended specifically for the Japanese version of the game was accidentally pushed to the global Steam version. The team has since corrected the error by re-uploading the proper global files to Steam. Players are still seeing anything unusual. Restarting Steam and checking for updates should resolve it. Just to reassure everyone, there are no plans to censor a Far Cry. This was purely a regional packaging error and has now been fully addressed. Thank you. Damn, the boobs are back. Insane. Oh wait, Ella lost 3 hours of progress? Oh, I see. Holy. That's a different, not the PC version then, I see. Every version has its own, you know, like unique exclusive features, you know. Nintendo acquired 2 more anti-pal world patents. Damn, they keep farming there. Three anti-pal world patents in total. First 2 mentioned in an earlier report. Latest one was granted on March 11th. It concerns smooth switching between flying and land traversal objects. Huh? You can stretch that like to anything, really. Like smooth switching between flying and land traversal. Like so many games can go out under that, really. And just pay them? Doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, kind of like any gliders and stuff. Flying and land traversal objects. So I guess it's kind of more like, you know, like something that flies and then it switches to like, you know, like going on the ground. Like Pegasus or something, right? Flying and then you ride it on the ground or something. You know, like some transforming cars or whatever, some shit like that. I think it's like plenty of things like that, really. Prime Gaming is offering 23 free games in April. There it is. Mafia 3, Minecraft Legends, Gravity Circuit, Paleo Pines, Clouds and Sheep, Dreadout 2, Endless Space Definitive Edition. Not the second one, though. God's Trigger, New York Mysteries, Projection First Light, Faraway Director's Cut, Gloomhaven, Lost Spell. Ooh, not bad. Fashion Police Squad. Was it like the Dink one? The kind of boomer shooter. That one was kind of cool. Genesis Noir, A Blood Omen, Legacy of Cain. Berserk, A Boy, A Lost Show of Mr. Chardish, A Wild Country. Some good stuff there. Is Titanfall 3 in development? New rumors suggest a 2026 release date. Another one. Could be revealed at this year's Game Award. Another leaker there. The tweet of Titanfall 3 logo apparently spoken to Yoritsuki being the scenes to verify the game is indeed in development. According to our sources, Titanfall 3 already been cancelled and shut down at least twice, with one of the reasons being given is because the game was too similar to Titanfall 2. Damn son. Rumors that it's gonna be out. Rumors that it's cancelled twice already. There it is. Schedule 1 being investigated for IP copyright infringement claims. That's what I was talking earlier today. Deemed too similar to movie games SA's Drug Dealer Simulator 1 and 2 franchise, prompting full investigation into the game. So, the movie games, aka Playway, is now mad that some other simulator games are not just being, made, but also becoming super fucking successful, while theirs aren't. And looks like they got mad. A demanded investigation. Document entitled Movie Games Decision to Commence Investigation Against the Creators of the Schedule 1 production for claims regarding infringement of the issuer's IP and related to committing an act of unfair competition against it. I make tons of slop, yep, and they mad at other people making something that actually succeeds, and actually works good and stuff. Own series of drug dealing games, alright. The name is more overt in its goal. Both titles have attracted thousands of players respectively. Potential infringement of the issuer's intellectual property rights and activities that may bear the characteristics of unfair competition have been identified. Ergo, Schedule 1 is too similar to the Drug Dealer Simulator series, similar to Nintendo's lawsuit with Palworld. So they basically can, like, if that will fly somehow, I kind of doubt it though, then they could basically sue any, simulator games. Or any simulator game can sue them because they pump a shitload of them and you need to figure out who was the first then. But yeah, I kind of really doubt it because, like, what is similar? Like, you sell drugs, you kind of make drugs, I guess, also. That's it. Like, what else is similar? Graphics, everything is, like, different. The games are quite different. Like, stylistically and everything, they are kind of different. So, I really doubt it. I really doubt it. More analysis and stuff. Elements of the game's plot mechanics as well as UI. Not so sure there. Not so sure. Yeah, I kind of have big doubts that. I hope they gonna fail. Like, Drug Dealer Sim 1 was good. 2, they kind of fucked up, to be honest. Like, they tried to kind of pursue different things that weren't in the first games. Yep, almost. Oh, they got shit on now because of the schedule situation, I guess. All right. It was kind of mostly positive, I guess, before. Yeah, Drug Sim 2 was like the island one. I guess they kind of even got like solid reviews until this, just because of co-op probably. True, Jane is true. The first game was actually fun though, unironically. Like, the first game was cool. I mean, I haven't played Schedule. I haven't played. I kind of was planning to try it on Next Fest. I probably should actually like try it and like play it, but like so much other stuff to play that I was kind of like, another kind of meme game. I guess we can live without it. But yeah, the first Drug Dealer Sim was nice. That one was really good. Had enough like humor and everything. Gameplay was fun. Like, it was alrighty. But yeah, totally like not even close to... Where's the first one? Can even get the first one with some bundles with you there. I guess because I already own it. So yeah, it's kind of like... It wasn't even close in terms of success to Schedule, yep. Oh, this one also got shit on now. Yes, it's like 18k reviews. I mean, it's obviously kind of like not the best metric, but still 18k here, 5k there, and schedule alone in like 2 weeks got like 68 or something, right? 1,000 reviews. So they be farming, they be farming. And there's so many drug games, probably because kind of like it's a it's a good gameplay loop, I guess. You know, for all those simulators. So it kind of creates something a little more like engaging, I guess, than just like some store simulator, right? To put like some goods on the shelves and everything, you kind of have like a little more like engaging things happening here. It's like growing that stuff, you know, like mixing it with things right, packaging, delivering, hiding from cops, at least in Drug Dealer Sim. I'm not sure how it's in Schedule 1. So it had like decent amount, like the gameplay loop was fun actually. It had a lot of things going this game. It was nice. It was nice. Grow vegetables or make shoes. There are those. There are those. You can play those, but you don't like gather like plant vegetables, gather them. Then you like mix vegetables with each other. Package them. That's not a kind of cooking sim in a way, right? Could try to do something like that, I guess. So you kind of like gather, mix, cook, package, and then like also deliver it to someone while also like running from the cops and everything. Because your salad is illegal or something. So it's kind of like it's doable. There are plenty of simulators like that, but this one just had like a lot of like mechanics that you could like naturally sort of fit in the game without kind of like coming up with something weird. So that kind of what made it interesting. Like the loop is good. Like you don't need to put some like dumb shit basically, because a lot of those simulators they have like a lot of like dumb things like washing stuff, for example, or cleaning something, right? When it's like pixel hunting in the end and stuff. Like that one didn't really need that much of like this like dumb mechanical things and more kind of just like systems, I guess, in the game, which was kind of nice. And the T game, but deeper, yeah. You grow everything from scratch. Yeah, I could do something like that, I guess, yeah. But like still need to kind of like if it would be like something in the fantasy or sci-fi, you could probably like come up with some interesting setting and do some real cool mechanics. But then maybe it will be less popular with people because looks like with these simulators, people like when it's like, super close to reality and everything. I don't know. People like the super realism. But like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe not though. Like, I mean, a lot of people were hyped. Still, I guess, kind of hyped about this, like, the cyberpunk city simulation thing, when you can just like do a bunch of different things, work jobs and everything, right? I forgot the name of that one. That is still not out, I think. A lot of people were kind of excited about this one, so maybe that would do. Just make up the setting when it will be fun. Exclusive new Deus Ex game pitched by Eidos Montreal. Wants to bring back Deus Ex and has been looking for ways to do so. Multiple sources close to the studio's plans, pitching new game regularly, but it hasn't led to any commitments from publishers. One source said that there was a belief from couple possible partners that the series was too niche at this stage. Another said that it became clear that after a few meetings that publishers aren't willing to take on the financial risk that comes with the Deus Ex franchise at the moment. Time for Deus Ex Extraction, dude. Let's go. Concept for the game had charm and novelty, but that it didn't match up with the expectations or standards typically associated with Deus Ex brand. Different from the one that had been in development for 2 years before Embracer cancelled it in early 2024 as part of the parent company's restructuring efforts. Yeah, now they also laid off a bunch of people, so yeah, I guess the pitching is not going well at all. And more details on the Duskbloods are revealed in the interview. Miyazaki himself. Extensive character customization are roles that lead to player-based interactions. Roles, special responsibilities and objectives that players will have in online play. These will lead to unique interactions and relationships between players. Miyazaki provided examples of 2 roles so that players could better understand these features. Destined rivals, where players must seek out and defeat their designated rival. Designated companion, on the other hand, will have players find other players, turn them into allies, and provide players with a special reward. Miyazaki added that these roles can be assigned to any character via blood customization, allowing players to enjoy a role-playing in a literal sense. Okay. Focus is not shifting to multiplayer, heard that before. Alright, I see. So nothing like super crazy. Vampires, but not something players would relate to traditional vampirism. Over 1,000 characters that players can choose from. Sharing their own identity, weapons, and appearance. Character can be customized to a certain extent, allowing players to build unique builds, allowing players to buy microtransactions probably. Superhuman abilities, amplified sprinting, super jump, double jump. Thus Blood's actions more dynamic than dramatic than anything seen in our previous titles. Competing for the first blood in the twilight of humanity. Has no fixed era, so players might find traditional Gothic or Victorian style maps. Okay, so different maps and stuff too. Then they aren't big in microtransactions? Not sure actually. Not so sure. Well, I mean, they just sell DLCs usually. A bunch. Like for the Mario Kart, I think there was a lot. So new characters and other stuff, they probably will do. Just kind of with Night Rain. They said they're going to be doing new characters in the DLCs, right? So I assume it's going to be the same concept here too. Yeah, best-selling Drug Dealer Simulator is coming to the Xbox consoles on April 16th. Yep, like after trying to shit up the schedule. That's probably not gonna go well, now that you're farming all those mostly negative reviews, guys. That was not the best marketing move there. Yeah, boobs are back in Far Cry 4. Alright, saw that already. Marathon Alpha potentially being played right now. Monka is... A Marathon Discord server newly added channels about alpha feedback and discussions. Section for alpha bug reporting tool. Leads to believe that the team is either preparing to launch an alpha, and that's the upcoming news, or content creators and the like are already enjoying Marathon's alpha version. Well, I mean, according to Steve, our local, you know, like leaker here and everything, who leaked it from Lyric Stream, it looks like. There's gonna be something soon, though. So I guess, yeah, some people do be playing it then. It's already even 90 euro. It's already even 90 euro, I guess, to buy, yeah. I want to do DLCs for Armored Core, yeah. Yeah, the problem is like not even like the sticker price on the game. And the problem is basically like editions, DLCs, microtransactions, all those things. They already do get the added value to kind of catch up with all those inflations and other things. Yeah, another thing, why is it kind of like worse, I guess, in terms of Switch, is that like on PC, on consoles, on other consoles, right? You kind of like, all right, this game is out for like 80 bucks, fine. Like month or two, it's already like 60 bucks. Give it a year, it's already like 40 bucks, right? And stuff like this. On Switch, quite often, give it 30 years, it's gonna be like 20% discount or some stuff. That's a bit of how they roll with that stuff usually, and that's why I guess people are kind of more mad, because like people on other platforms, they kind of used to sales already, so people mad, but they kind of, you know, like less mad, I guess. With Switch, it's a little worse with that. True portable, true, huh? Well, that's the thing. Yeah, that's on you, but they do that. And a lot of people pay for that too. So like they do have ways to kind of like attribute to inflation and other things with other methods, and they use those methods. It's not like they just kind of like, no, we're not gonna use, like we sell you this, and it's like that's all. Some games kind of are, but really rarely, really rarely. It's all optional, sure, but like you still kind of like the full product ends up costing you more. End product end up costing you more. Like if they would be just kind of like, all right, fine, here's like $80 game and you get everything. Like no more DLCs, full game, full content in, nothing cut, no FOMO release, no microtransactions, skins, deluxe editions here, $80, that's it. All right, fine. Sure. And another thing is also the regional pricing. Like a lot of people molding because like a lot of those companies they don't do regional pricing. Like Nintendo's regional pricing was trash. Even when the regional pricing was still kind of around, it was really bad. It was barely discounted. And when like when it was like $50 game and no regional price, that was kind of like bad, but like all right, fine, manageable. When it's like 80, 90 euro and stuff, that's just, dude, without regional pricing, like for many people in many regions, it's just like, well, I mean, like quarter of the salary easily, for example. So for them now, it's already kind of, a little more like, they feel it more, already. And the Super Mario 37 Giga Mario 80 euros, no extra shit. I don't see the problem. Well, I mean, yeah, I kind of also don't see the problem really. Like they can do whatever they want with their prices, right? It's just like I wouldn't be buying. That's it. Not about Nintendo, about any game. Like I like don't see games that worth 80 or especially 90 euro. Like, dude, that's a lot of fucking money, honestly. Like I managed to like in years, I did buy Diablo on release just because we were playing with friends. That's the only reason I bought it. Like if I would be alone, I would never buy it for that amount of money. I bought it like for 60 or whatever bucks, I think it was. I think. Because we were buying like the also it was a little bit of original price. I think it wasn't super discounted, but I think it amounted to basically kind of like 60 bucks or something around that. So yeah, I don't like, sure, they can do that. Like the thing is, as I said, like in other platforms, like with Diablo, for example, also like, well, I mean, it's not on sale now, I guess, right? It was kind of recently. Well, actually, we can see here, right? Well, let's see. Yeah, you can get it for 30 bucks already. Like instead of the what I got it, for example, right? Like 2 years past, and you can already get it for like 28 bucks basically. No problems. You won't see that on Switch. Like from what I know at least, right? Like the sales on Switch are dog shit most of the time. You could get good prices on Switch stuff with physical cartridges. And that's why physical cartridges is now at 10 bucks more expensive than digital for no fucking reason. Because some of those cartridges are not cartridges even. It's just like key there. That's it. But they still gonna charge you 10 more because it's physical. Because they don't want people to kind of exchange, people to like sell them back and stuff, right? And because they don't want stores to kind of like lower the price really hard because those physical... But why a lot of people want like the CDs and, well, you know... You know what I mean, discs basically, with disc ROMs with their consoles, because you can buy those discs usually really cheap at some point because they actually have sales and stuff, and otherwise Nintendo doesn't have any sales, or they do, but it's like 10%, 20%, and it could be like some ancient game already at this point, and they still gonna be selling it like with like 20-30% discount. So some people concerned because they know they're not gonna be getting discounts on those crazy prices, and they want, you know, like to show their concern. Lowest the first party games go on eShop of 40 euro, yeah. And now it's going to be potentially even more than 40 then. So yeah, I just kind of like, yeah, they can do it. I just not gonna buy it. That's it. I mean, Switch I in general kind of don't really care about, but even like on PC, like if I wouldn't be streaming, I wouldn't be just playing it. Like I have like a massive fucking library. I would be just playing that, and then like in a year or two, like come here, like oh, we have like minus 45%, and like original price also dropped. So I just gonna buy it, I guess. Then why not? Yeah, that we also mentioned, Steve. Absolutely, I agree with you with that. Like, I really dislike also all those like methods. But the thing is, they usually double dip. In like Mario Kart, I'm pretty damn sure they're gonna sell you DLCs. Like they did before, they will do it again. Like 100%. They will. So you pay 90 for that, and then you're gonna be also getting the microtransactions and DLCs with new tracks, with new characters, probably, and other things. Because they did it before, multiple times, so wouldn't be the first time. It wouldn't be the first time, and they will do it. They will do it. So yeah, just kind of like like, sure, they can do it. Just yeah, I'm just like, if I'm not getting keys from the devs, I either not playing at all, because there is a shitload of things to play, right? So I can just like, all right, fine, I didn't get the key, like what was like the releases, for example. Well, I mean, I didn't get the key for Titanfall. Well, I just got Game Pass. Like, if it would be on Game Pass, I wouldn't be even playing that, right? Like, if I wouldn't get the key like for Monster Hunter, I wouldn't even be trying that, So like, yeah, and I have plenty of shit here that I can still play. Like a WoD, yeah, all right, fine. Did play a WoD. If I wouldn't get the key, I would play it on Game Pass. If it wouldn't be on Game Pass, I just wouldn't even play that, because there is like, can I see it all? And like I have like the library that would be plenty for me to like to last me like a lifetime, basically, out of this alone. And then on every sale, I could get the price of this $80 game, go in the sale page and buy like 8 games for that, and there will be some bangers there too. Especially with regional price, because Steam has a good regional prices still. Sometimes, not always, but at least some games. Yeah, I can get Sons of the Forest for like $6 here. Alright, Cult of the Lamb. Fucking DMC 5, I haven't played that yet still, right? Less than $5, dude. And that's like a massive AAA thing, just kind of years later, sure. But if you're kind of disconnected, right? If you're not a streamer and stuff, who cares? How many years passed, It's still relevant. Still a fun game, right? So yeah, I'm just kind of like, I just like see this also from the perspective of like what kind of time we live in, right? With all those insane prices, and I just don't know. Like, will it, like, you need to find this like the balance, like price that will be good for everyone and for all the monetization methods and for all the players, and considering like amount of live services that people play now, right? You just don't have time now. Like, a lot of people just play live services. They're free. They have shitload of content. You can play them for years. So like, there's less and less reason for people to go and like pay a shitload of money to play something. And when that shitload becomes bigger and bigger, then like, yeah, less people gonna be buying probably. Nintendo in general is a special thing though. Like they have like a lot of fans who just gonna be probably like going ham anyway, so I guess. Battlefield Pro premium subscription uncovered by data miners, or in subscription to. So what was this one? Allegedly. String of benefits include persistent server hosting on Battlefield Portal. Oh, so you can subscribe and get yourself like your own private server that way. Skips for the game Battle Pass. Permanent XP boost. Access to unique challenges. Makes sense on paper. As with all data mine content, you don't need to take it with a pinch of salt. Alright, let's see. The following content includes Battle Pass. Get all the perks and rewards from Battle Pass in addition to extra exclusive content. 6 exclusive instant unlocks, plus 10% Battle Pass XP. Portal hosts a persistent server. 20 tier skips included. Advance faster on the Battle Pass path to race to the final reward. Exclusive bonus path. Gain access to this exclusive bonus path for additional exclusive content. Bonus path will be released later this season. Battlefield Pro Challenges. Access to the BF Pro Challenges Vault. Unlock exclusive cosmetics from this season's new BF Pro Challenges. Includes access to previous season's BF Pro Challenges. Listen to the Pro radio station. Damn, son. Even the radio station, dude. Minecraft movie is the biggest opening day ever for a video game movie. Damn, son. Actually pumping? How is it? Kind of heard like some mixed things about it, so I'm not so sure. Is it actually pumping or is it actually not that good? Huh? Epic Games CEO shoots down Fortnite movie claims. Damn, no Fortnite movie. Feels bad, man. Just know Fortnite is next. There was already talk of Fortnite movie, but some studios passed on it. That's obviously gonna change now. Daniel RPK since followed up by addressing Sweeney directly, asking whether it's true that Sony passed on the opportunity to make Fortnite movie a few years ago. Sweeney has yet to respond to this comment at the time of publishing. Now, Team Sweeney interjected with a single word reply, false. I see, alright. Yeah, I think Jordy, I think Triza also went watching it. I think Triza also watched that. Alright, let me see. Did I miss something you guys posted? I think I did include everything there already before stream. More or less. More or less. Done. Good. 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 Alright, so... That was nice. That was nice. Alright, so yeah, that's Redela. Time to go and get some food again. See what we have there in the fridge again. And eat it. And eat it. So yeah, that is going to be all for us today. I will